Welcome back to the channel. How's it going, Theo? How's it going, Theo? How goes your afternoon? Hopefully you're doing good. Let's go. Hopefully it works the way you want it to. Hopefully it works the way you want. $20? You're joking. No, I hear you there. You'd be able to do a lot more. A single core, that's wild. So we're going to talk a bit about DDR4 right now. So yeah, they're probably not high-end stuff, that's for sure. But even just a single core is not much. Doesn't matter how good it is. For an actual server, you need more cores. So it runs smooth too. Hey, how's it going, Vep? So we're going to talk about DDR4 and the prices of DDR4. Yeah, it might be a slightly overclocked then. If you get more usage, it's generally an overclock. So we're going to talk a bit about DDR4 RAM and how the prices have just been going up and up and up. It's actually wild how much DDR4 is going up. It's done. It's basically at the end of its life cycle, man. DDR5 is going down in price. DDR4 is going up, of course, because, well, they're not making the chips anymore. So, or they might be making the chips again. We'll have to see. Yeah, manufacturers actually might start be making DDR4 RAM chips again. Yep. Yeah, DDR5 is getting way more common. The price of DDR5 is way down, cheaper than DDR4. So why would someone trying to build a new system go with a system as DDR4 if it's going to cost you more? And technically, you're not going to get the same kind of performance. In ways you can get around the same performance. Lower latency, roughly. It all depends, too. Because you can get lower latency with higher frequency as well. It's a lot of things that goes into play for latency. A lot of things. So yeah, DRAM prices are expected to sharply increase. Some places are saying 30%, and some places are literally saying up to 55%. Majority that I've found so far are saying around 45% increase in DDR4 RAM prices. This is why manufacturers are thinking about making chips. Like, continuing making chips again. So they could come out with a better binned DDR4 chip, which would actually be better for us overclockers. I would like to see it. I would definitely like to see DDR4 come into play again, but with new chips themselves that just way better for overclocking, either frequency or better timings or both. It's very uncommon to get a memory chip that can do both. Yo, that's going skeets. Nope, it's not that expensive anymore. Very true. DDR4 costs more than DDR5 now. It's absolutely wild. The Corsair 64 gigabyte RAM kit that I have is about $300. $300. 300. Guess what? You can get a 64 gigabyte kit of DDR5 for around that, if not a little bit cheaper, around $265. Wild. That's Canadian, though. That's Canadian. Really, the batteries aren't starting to go already? That's brutal. Yep. It's around $300. Some places are selling it up to $400 for the same kit that I have, up to $400. Absolutely insane. That's not bad. 129. You can get cheaper though. Like the kit that I have here, though, Amazon's cheapest kit that I have, it works just fine. It works good, and you can overclock it. I got videos out there showing you how you can get a lower latency on it and increase the actual frequency to give you actually fairly decent performance for a very cheap kit. So yeah, if you don't know, I've already done a few videos and talked about these in live streams. These is T creates 5,600 megatransfers per second. Yes, these are CL46, okay? Well down. CL46, 1.1 volts, very low voltage. These are micron. You can sometimes get them in Hynix A die, but these are micron. That's okay. I was able to get them to 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL30 at 1.3 volts. Still fairly low voltage. I recommend only going to about 1.45 volts max. But yeah, you can get these right here for $100 Canadian or cheaper. If they're on sale, you can pick these up for around $80. 32 gigabytes. Again, I've got multiple videos out there showing that you can increase the performance, lower timings. You can now actually keep the same voltage, 1.1 volts, increase the frequency and lower some timings just a little bit. The cath latency, you can't really lower a whole lot, but you can get to CL36 at 1.1 volt. Well, sorry, CL38 at 1.1 volt. Yeah, I said $400. Yeah, the kit, the Corsair kit that I have is some places I'll make a video about it too, because the prices of I'm trying to get a whole bunch of videos done up, but there are kits, RAMs, kit that I have, DDR4 64 gigabytes. Some places are 400 Canadian, some places around 265 to 300. Most places I was able to find is around 300. And the other place like Amazon or like kind of like a sale that they have 10% off, basically close to 10% off. And it's like 265. So $300 roughly. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, for these here, if you could find them on sale, $80 Canadian. The performance is there. There's actually some fairly good performance in it. And the voltage is crazy. 1.1 volts. That's like no voltage. They stay very cool. I've shown it in the test. They stay very cool while under stress testing. The upgrade more D4 is Pentium to go with Ryzen 5. So yep. Yeah, it's better to go with DDR5 nowadays because you can get them a lot cheaper. Yeah, 250 CAD. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you can get a little bit not cheaper, a little bit better kits too of DDR5 64 gigabyte kits for around 300. Yep, the M5 is great. If you want to stick with Intel, you can stick with Intel. I don't suggest going with the 265K, 285K, or the Core Ultras unless you're doing specific things, because they have really, really, really good single core performance. And if you know how to do any kind of memory overclocking, if you watch my channel about memory overclocking, you can see a huge increase with memory overclocking, or just get certain kits of RAM, CU DIMMs, and make sure the motherboard actually supports it. Most of them do. For CU DIMM, and yeah, you'll see incredible performance with the Core Ultras. It's just you need to have specific stuff done up for it. Yeah, it's around the yeah, very true, Skeet. Yeah, decent speed and also density, right? So your 48 and 64 gigabyte kits are around that price for decent frequency. My Corsair Dominator Titaniums, yeah, they're expensive, but they were hand binned chips, so they can handle certain voltages. It's also 48 gigabyte kit, 7200 mega transfers. They're hand bin chips, so they're guaranteed to overclock better. I got some pretty good speeds out of them too. I have really good timings for Hynix someday. If they're not the best for that, yeah, they're not. They're not the best. So for some aspects, like let's say the 7800X3D, let's say the prices go down $50. If the 7800X3D goes down $50, it will be a very good CPU that I would more or less recommend for people that are gaming and want to do workstation style stuff. So LLMs, Llama, like all of your AI stuff as well, because you can make a fairly budget oriented gaming and AI PC. And the 7800X3 is actually, if it was $50, just $50 cheaper, I would recommend it. I would tell people to go after that CPU. Is it really recommended to go after 9000X3D? No, because even with $50 less, it's not going to be much better than the 7800X3D. But you're going to be worried about getting a decent amount of RAM, a decent amount of RAM with frequency, but timing's more or less for AMD. And you're going to want to worry about your SSDs and your GPU, which you're going to be spending more money on your GPUs for AI. And gaming, it's kind of like you kind of want a really good CPU with a decent GPU. You don't have to have a top line GPU all the time. But if you're going to buy a budget end CPU, you can put it with a decent GPU and see some good performance. Or if you just want to guarantee you very good performance in like esport games, stuff like that, you're going to want a CPU, that really good CPU, motherboard, and RAM, and then with a fairly good GPU, or, you know, just around the medium tier GPU. So 5070, 5070 Ti, 9060 XT, 9070 XT, 9070 XT, I would recommend more than 9060 XT, of course. No, not the 7600 X3D is not. I wouldn't recommend it for gaming and for AI or workstation, no, unfortunately. Yeah, the 9800 X3D, like I said, if you can take $50 off of that, it's still not worth it, in my opinion. You'd have to take close to $200 off of that CPU to make it somewhere in a decent range for people that want to do specific tasks like gaming and or AI PC, if you want to do that in your spare time. Do you have any motherboard you would send me that supports? No. I want motherboards. I want CPUs. I want GPUs. Again, I'm a top overclocker in Canada. I just want to overclock everything I can. Motherboards, CPUs, GPUs, RAM. I want to do it all. So I would be asking people for that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be giving away my hardware. That's not what I do. For $80, 12. I mean, for 12th gen, man, you can go after like a cheap B series motherboard and be very happy with it. Don't be buying off a marketplace. I don't know how you got scammed, unless you just didn't know much about the motherboard you're getting and you bought it. So you can also just sell it. Yeah, you need a decent amount of VRAM. You don't have to have 24 gigabytes of VRAM though to game at 4K. You don't have to. It's what a lot of people think of. You don't have to though. you have a decent CPU with that GPU, it will perform just fine. If you have a 4K monitor that's somehow 500 hertz, guess what? It doesn't matter what you have right now. It's not going to be able to run that kind of frequency anyways. It won't get that frames in any game. So very unfortunate. Does not matter what GPU you have. If you're doing a 4K well above 240 hertz, you're not going to see any game, no matter what combo of CPU and GPU you have. It could be a 5090 with a 9950X3D or a 1400K overclock balls to the walls. It will not do over 240 frames per second at 4K. It will not do it. I'm sorry. Maybe select few games, like 2, 3 maybe games max. That's about it though. Yep, the 8600G is surprisingly fast. They have a good memory controller on too. 8700G, of course, a little bit better, but they're aimed at 720p low to medium settings in games. 720, not for 1080. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the 8600G does blow away the 5600G. Very true. It does. I'm still rocking an 8GB card. I'm quite happy with it. Again, I have a high-end CPU, good kit of RAM, know what I'm doing with the timings and the frequencies and what I need to do for each game. So I'm quite happy with the frames I get. And 1080p and pick 16GB VRAM is just because it's cheap for now. It's not even cheap. It's not even cheap right now. Nothing's cheap right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, 9060 XT 16 gig, but you got to make sure it's a 16 gig though. But again, you're not going to get the full performance out of it, out of the 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Just means you'll be able to play those games at 4K and you have all right frames, maybe 60 frames per second. Maybe. Again, select few games. Some games do that, especially older. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about older games, though. You talk about older games and esport games are the same thing. Those are older stuff. People are now wanting to do these newer games that literally you need a $2,000 to $3,000 system to even think about playing at 4K or even 1440p. It's just the way it is right now. I'm hoping for deals on RAM today, but you haven't seen any? No way. Yeah, but 5090 is literally like 6 times the performance. So, 1 sec here. It's like $2,100. So if you can find a 5090 for a decent price, that'd be nice. Samsung SSD for 113 for 2 terabyte. And let me guess, it's the 970 Evo. Nah, I couldn't find any CU DIMM on sale. That sucks. I would say it's the 970 Evo that you got for 113 for 2 terabyte. Which would be good. Those have good longevity in them. That's what you want. Oh, it's the 870. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Whoops. I was trying to thought it was VEP again. Yeah. I said 970, hopefully. The 870 is not terrible. It's just doesn't perform as good, of course. 990 Evo. What? Where do you find that? Or that's on Amazon? That's a good price for the 990 Evo. That is Amazon. That's a good buy. That's a really good buy. Yeah, because of the actual speed it's going to be doing. And I believe the 870 Evo did the longevity of it, like the read and writes on it weren't that great for an 8 terabyte. Oh, and we're also seeing GDDR6 memory, not the 6X that I know of, but it could be also the GDDR6X. GDDR6 memory, so for VRAM, for GPUs, that's what it is, could be going way up as well. Like we're talking 35 to 45% increase in GDDR6. So you see these graphics cards like the 9060s, the 9070s, and the 5050 as well. They're using GDDR6. Those prices could be going way up, which means these GPUs prices will probably be going up in the future too. If the stock continues to, if they continuously make the stock of these GPUs, the prices will increase due to the fact these memory modules could be costing way more, like way more. Yeah, 990 Evo is crazy at that price, man. It is. It's a good one. Crucial Pro DDR5. Hold on. Yeah, chat moving around. I gotta use a different screen here. Crucial Pro, RAM 64, 6400 CL40. We're found this option, remember, AMD, Expo. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's XMP and AMD. What's the price though? Does ASRock X570S Riptide PG have Thunderbolt 4 5-pin header and Gigabyte DC Maple have also, does it run? I'm pretty sure the Riptide does have Thunderbolt. I'm not sure about Thunderbolt 4 though. And Gigabyte GC Maple. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying on that. GC Maple also, does it run? I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm usually pretty good at figuring it out, but I can't make sense of the last bit. $140. That is a good deal. But you gotta remember, with 265K, you're gonna want more memory frequency, because it will give a lot more performance. And if that is Hynix M die, you can just automatically do that. Do you know what the voltage it says it's at? If I know the voltage, I know how much you can actually overclock it. And you can probably lower the cast latency too at the same time. Yeah, higher than 6400 would be better. But I mean, you can get a 6400 kit to go run at like 7200 megatransfers per second and lower the cast latency. It depends on the voltage that it's at right now. If it's at like 1.25 or 1.3, that'd be really good. Because then you can go to 1.4, 1.45 and lower the cast latency and raise the frequency. You might have to play around with TRFC and TRFI. That's about it. 1.35, it's a little high. I mean, it is high dim. Does sound like Hynix M die though. And how much performance gained by GDDR6 instead of GDDR5X? I don't believe you can use GDDR6 on a 1060. Can't switch from GDDR5X to GDDR6. It's different pin layout. It's different BGA layout. Yeah, okay. X57 does not support USB 4. That sucks. I did not think so. I didn't think so. Why I said that. I didn't think it did. Yeah. I mean, you can get some decent RAM kits. How's it going, Joe? You can get some decent RAM kits for not a terrible price, to be honest. Yeah, it sucks having to keep looking, but it's what you got to do. Took me a long time to find the kit that I have. If you're okay with buying a cheaper kit of RAM for now and just using it and just knowing that you're gonna be not having the same kind of performance as you would with a higher frequency kit with maybe technically better timings, then just stick with the cheaper kit until you can afford one, like I did. I bought a cheap kit of Corsair Vengeance kit. I bought a cheap kit, and then I saved my money until I got enough money to buy the kit of RAM that I wanted. Was the deal of the day? I'm not sure the deal of the day. Right now that I know of, there's not a whole lot of good deals. Except for the 990 Evo, 2 terabyte, apparently 113 Canadian. How's it going, Squeeze? Yep. It is from 2021. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. In 2021. I mean, it's even still. Amazon. Evo. Yeah, Evo. Amazon. Insane price. Oh, sorry, 113 USD. That was Canadian. Took the X870. You're joking. Why? That's an AMD thing then for taking that long for USB 4. A Thunderbolt 4. That's an AMD thing for taking that long. Or maybe this the AMD partners. Yeah, that's just an AMD thing. Yeah, but Z690s came out in 2021 and had USB 4 for Intel. So it's wild that it took so long for AMD to actually implement that. Again, could be AIB partners though. Yeah, Thunderbolt 4. Up to 40 gigabits per second. What Samsung SSD they were born for that price? That's pretty good. Yeah, my board has Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4. Yeah, it is on my board. That's your fault there, Squeeze. I wouldn't let you chat either. Nope. Had USB 4, Thunderbolt 4. What else do I have on my board? USB 3, of course. Yeah, 2 terabyte Samsung SSD. What? Samsung SSD though for 2 terabyte for $89. It's pretty good. The 990 Evo, yeah. No, it's 113. Wait, that's I'm on the plus. Let's go to the Evo. I mean, the Evo Plus is less. That's insane. The 990 Evo Plus is cheaper than just the 990 Evo. What? It'll be 89. Nice. Now, when you go to the cart, it goes to 89 USD. That's pretty good. Mixer's not bad. Samsung and Sabot Rocket make the best for longevity. So if you want an NVMe drive that's going to last a long time, Samsung or Sabot Rocket. Yeah, Kingston used to be. The prices are all over the place for Kingston, actually. They're all over the place. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, that's actually a really good buy. Really good buy for a 2 terabyte NVMe drive, man. Especially the 990 Evo Plus. It's technically a little bit better. Like, very little, but it is. And I know you got it free. That's a good buy. It just makes the 14600K even more performance per dollar. 400 for 100 a 4 terabyte. Where are you finding that kind of price, Ski? Yeah, no, my 2 terabyte 980 Pro was over 300. 2 terabyte. I mean, it's lasted me 4 years now. Has like 17,000 hours. I don't know how many rewrites now, and it's still at almost 100% health. It's still going strong. Blues are fairly cheap in a lot of spots, to be honest. Same thing with the greens. Again, they have their specific places for where they're supposed to be utilized, though. Oh, Black Friday 2023. Gotcha. That is a good deal. It's a really good deal. Yep, nothing wrong with Gen 4 either. Gen 5, especially if you're getting like the newer ones are a bit cooler than the older ones, but they're still hot. If you don't have specific cooling for it or making sure your GPU is not just crazy hot from memory chips and the plates right underneath the actual SSD, the Gen 5 could be worse performing than Gen 4. That was a 990 Evo Plus, and it's actually $89 after you go to the cart. I would like to think mine's a serious PC, but it's not really. It's really not. Yep, motherboard should have to support it. MSI MATX Project 2 motherboard. I mean, that's not a cheap motherboard, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's an expensive motherboard. That's that white one, isn't it? Yeah, it's that white one. Yep. You got it for 130. Good job, man. Good job. Now that's the way to do it. That's a really good buy. It's a nice looking board too. No, 113. You click on the link that Born sent you, that 113, and then go to cart. So you, Joe, just scroll up until you see the Amazon link that Born put in. 120, that's pretty good. 212, not even on sale. Yeah, but it's Western Digital Blue. Thank you, Born. Joe, just click that link that Born put in. You'll see that it's 113. Then you go to cart and it's cheaper. Now Canada might be different. It might be a bit more, and you might not get that deal. But yeah, the Western Digital Blue, even if it's a 4 terabyte or whatever, 2 terabyte, 1 terabyte, the blues are more for general purpose. If you're using your PC for a very long time throughout the day, you really should not be using the Western Digital Blue, unfortunately. Could wear a lot quicker than other NVMe drives. 113? Yeah, check the cart and then check the checkout, but don't check out, of course. It should be a little bit of a deal. Born's from the US as well. Now that's all of a sudden the deal's not there. It should be for about $89.99. Maybe we'll get more interest in the motherboard. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Because especially doing an all white PC build, I mean, they look good. Or even like a black and white PC build. I've done a black and white PC build before, and they look pretty nice. There you go, Joe. Yeah, that's why I thought you had to go to checkout. Should be 30% off. Now, unless the deal's all of a sudden gone, but or Amazon Prime Day, so it should still be going. Should still be going. Deal's gone. Really? Here, one sec. Clicking things which I should not be clicking. Boom. Wait, you're a Prime member, are you not? Two terabytes. One cart. Check out. Yeah, we don't get a deal here in Canada. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we can buy Houston. The 3050s, 3060s, 90, 70 XT. You don't want to know the price of them though. Like you don't want to know the price of them. I don't even want to look at that because of how expensive they are. That's wild. For the Houston Atlantis Radeon RX 9070 XT, $1,600. And they're still gonna charge you a delivery fee. That's wild. Wild. The RX 7700 XT Sakura edition is $1,300. At least it has free delivery. Don't be going with a 5068 gig. I wish. Not you. Yes, it's okay. The performance of it is not as bad as what people think. The 5060 8GB does outbeat the 3060 12GB. So it is a little bit better. No, not 1440p. Not 1440p. At 1080p, yes. Not 1440p. It can do probably 1440p, but you're not going to get the frames that you would. Just because it's a lower end card with not enough VRAM. I mean, it probably would, but you're not talking max settings. You're probably talking medium to high settings on most games. Or 1440p. 1080p, yeah, it'll be all right. I mean, the price is all right. And it does outbeat a 3060 12 gig. Yeah, it is. Yeah. There's hardly any from high to max. Yeah. I hear you on that. Definitely hear you on that. Especially on most games. Now that you got the monitor right up close to you, a high-end monitor, will you notice any difference, really? Yeah, they're not that cheap here in Canada. Yeah, sure. Have yourself a good night there, Space. That's if I'm playing Apex tomorrow. We'll see what I'm doing tomorrow. I've been really busy, man. So I didn't play a whole lot today. I've just been really busy. Been trying to, but yeah, I got a lot of things that I gotta do. As long as you ain't running in low, you're swimming. Those ones aren't bad. They're not bad. The longevity on them aren't the greatest. So the reader writes are not the greatest. Yeah. FPS. FPS. I don't care about AAA or Quad A or whatever you want to call those games. I don't. Only FPS games I play, except for Marvel Rivals, which is like a third person, but it's not bad. Yep. Because there's not a lot of PC hardware stuff to talk about, man. There's not. And then I can game and still talk to people I want to talk about the PC hardware stuff that I know about. But everything's fake news. I'm not doing these fake news like every other crappy YouTuber out there, big YouTuber out there saying all this nonsense. It's all lies and people are eating it up and expecting me to do the same thing. I am not going to be one of those sheeps. I'm sorry. I'm not a sheep. I'm going to be someone that's different and does my own thing. I would like to have the money to actually, buy these newer graphics cards and CPUs, but I don't have the money. I would show people how to build a decent system and all that, but I don't have the money. That's the only thing, man. Exactly. And I don't want to repeat everything over and over and over. If you want to know something, I'll let you know a live stream where I've talked about it, or I make a video about things that should be talked about that no one else is talking about, or a select few people have. Or I'll tell you whether or not some people are actually right or wrong. I don't care if they're the top overclockers. I don't care if they're the top YouTuber that does PC hardware. Everyone can make mistakes, and a lot of them do. I've made mistakes too, but at least I correct myself in a later on video. Sheeple Dan. Yeah, I only want to put out the truth, man. I only want to give people the correct information. If you search up me on Google and that, it'll let you know what I am good about. I'll let you know my hands-on experience on exact CPUs, motherboards, RAM kits, or check out multiple different pages and forums to check to make sure my information on stuff I have not actually put my hands on actually is correct. Exactly. Old AMD chips that literally cost a lot of money still and give you not the best frames per dollar. The frames per dollar, no one's saying, everyone's hating on Intel and saying Intel's going downhill. If you know what they're doing, they're working on the 1.4 nanometer transistor before it's supposed to even really be worked upon, like heavily worked upon. And that's good. 14600K, 13600K, even the 12600K are at the top for price to actual performance. 9900X3D is slower than the 9800X3D in gaming. The 9950X3D is a little bit better than the 9900X3D, but the 9900X3D is actually one of the worst ones to actually buy for gaming. I don't care who you're talking to. I've already done my research on it. It does worse performance in gaming than 900X3D, and it's supposed to be the better CPU. Supposed to be. It's not. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a fancy AMD fanboy. I'm not a fanboy of any company. I don't care. I only care if I can overclock it and all that. Guess what? Intel's better for overclocking. NVIDIA is better for overclocking. AMD is just there. AMD and Intel from next year on will be literally almost the exact same CPU, because the way Intel's switching over their processing, their own kind of X3D chips. AMD and Intel will literally be the exact same CPUs. It's just Intel will still have more cores than AMD. Even though AMD's going to be upgrading their cores to more cores, Intel's going to have more cores, more performance, better single core performance, and always has been and always will be better single core performance. Now, whether or not they can coalesce and keep the prices down, that's the next thing. Intel needs to put out some stuff to help knock down these prices of AMD CPUs, because they cost way too much. They're not worth it. They're not worth it. What am I supposed to be looking at? More cores are better, especially for content creators and stuff like that, but more cores is better. If you have more cores, each core can be doing very little amount of work and use less power. That's where efficiency comes back. efficiency can come into play. Efficiency does come into play with more transistors and all that into it as well, and just overall better power consumption and all that. That's where Intel redefining the way the power layout is on their newer CPUs and going forth is going to help out a lot. How's it going, the MonsterBot? Has a deal on the 46K? You gave me a 9800X3D. That's a 9800X3D. Hello, I just got a Ryzen 7 700X paired with the Knowledge 240. Is it a good pair? Because I feel like sometimes I use hot. It's AMD. It's going to run hot. What's the main thing is that you're not reaching 95 degrees Celsius at the frequency where you're supposed to be hitting. It's actually pretty good. So 75 degrees Celsius, buddy, sounds pretty good to me. Because, yeah, the AMD is supposed to be hitting around 95 degrees Celsius at its max clock. So you can technically overclock it a little bit and still be all right. But I wouldn't. I would keep it at that 75 degrees Celsius as long as it's hitting its max core clock that you're supposed to be doing. Then it'll make the CPU last longer. But the combo. Oh, let me take a look. I don't know much about the Corsair Nautilus, to be honest. Well, yeah, one CPU. And isn't that the 5800X3D? Or is that for performance per dollar, right? But you gotta add that in. 649? It's fake. There's no way. Oh, that's American though. But I mean, is that, yeah, that's a good deal. No, wait, that's the CPU. No. There's no way it's a combo. As we read down, it's also saying the chipsets A620, B650, B650E, 1.35 volts, 256 CLA dual channel. There's no way that's the combo price. Just being better at the game. What's going to be better is having a lower latency, which 14600K has better lower latency. Having a decent amount of average frames and making sure 1% lows are not that low. There's no way that's a combo price. There's no way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. That's not a combo price. There's no way. Make sure you check, because that's the price of just the CPU. If that's a combo, if that is like a full combo with RAM, CPU, like it looks like it's the RAM, CPU, and motherboard for $650 US. That's what it looks like. If that is, that's a good deal, buddy. Yeah, man, do your thing. I mean, thank you, YouTube. How's it going, frame rate? Yep, socket support's nice. The socket support's nice. Can't complain about AMD for not having good socket support. But just because they release CPUs that a year after, whatever, after the AM4 has ended or AM5 has technically ended. And guess what? That's not technically longer life support. Okay. That's just AMD using old stuff or chips that are just crappy chips compared to what they have now and just made those CPUs for that socket. Yeah, faster processors gonna help because they can give you more frames. They have some really good. Yeah, I mean that's a wild deal. 650 for 900X3D motherboard and RAM. Just check, because I'm Canada. I can't really see. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff, more or less, like DDR4 prices and how they're going to be up to about 45 to 50% increase on DDR4. So if you're still on DDR4, you might want to think about getting now before the prices are actually going up. So get a new kit of RAM, either more DDR4 frequency or actual density. So if you're at 32, think about getting 64, and because the prices are going to be going up big time. Damn, son. Yeah, it's a good buy. Yeah, it's a good buy, especially if that's what you're getting. Yeah, 650 for 9900X3D, a motherboard, and 32 gigs of RAM. That's pretty good. Nah, it's not the greatest kit of RAM, but I mean, who cares? At that price, it's good. And expecting it to run fast, yeah. Launched when? 2021? Did it not? It was selling my RTX for something getting the 1590. I thought you had the 1590 already. Posted a new pick shown combo. Yeah, I already saw that. You really have to have your finger on the pulse to get the deals and peaks. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. 650 for that kind of combo. That's a damn good combo deal, man. That's a damn good combo. If you can wait till the new supers come out, the prices of the regulars will be better. If you can wait, man, that'll be beneficial. You had to make my phone blow up on the Discord. Why do you have to get Mo talking? Yep, the supers will be a little bit okay. So supers generally when they come out around $100 difference. Okay, that automatically starts lowering the other cards due to the fact people are going to see the differences that the $100 can give you. So prices of like the 5090s and 5080s will go down. If you checked over the years, that's how it's worked. Like from the 20 series. Yeah. And the thing is, I would, if I had the money to spend on a 5090, I would, but I'd literally only be using it like maybe a few times out of the year just to update my overclocking, try to go for a world record. That's it. I would only be using it a few times. I wouldn't be using my daily. No thanks. Yeah, 3,000 US. It's 5,000 Canadian. Average 5,000. And if you want a better 5090, they're $7,500. Yep. Just love juicing them. That's what I do, Born. That's what I do. That's why you guys get to see Amazon's cheapest. Amazon's cheapest. because that's what I can afford. And dang, some of the Amazon's cheapest stuff worked pretty good. Man, you're making me go back into the Discord. How much is the RTX 6000 Canada? It's around 18,000, I think it is. Oh, yes. I don't know. It's around 16,000. About 16,000. I have often thought about JD Fiscal and YouTube by product reviews, Yeah, but I mean, I can keep, remember, I can keep stuff on and I can continue to make more videos out of them. I test them against other kits of RAM, test CPUs against other CPUs, and then CPUs, GPUs, RAM kits, motherboards. It's good to have them, right? For me, as an overclocker. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, why don't you sell your GPUs? Why don't you sell your CPUs? Because I need to do another record next year, so that way I can keep increasing my actual, like my actual rank. So that way I can keep my rank, so I can keep increasing my rank, to keep beating my scores and to keep getting the records. If I have a record, that's how I can keep the records. If I have the same hardware, the same CPU, the same GPU. That's why I can't sell a lot of stuff that I have. It's because if I do that, then I would have to buy it again, so that way I can continue on. If I sell it now and bought the newest stuff, guess what? I'm selling a whole bunch of stuff that I get a lot more score for, and then all of a sudden I can only get a few scores with the new hardware. That's not going to help me. It will not help. Not for my overclocking. The 9950X3D is a monster CPU. It's a monster CPU. Tesla power for 17,000. Yeah, the 9950X3D is a monster CPU. It is. That's what I've been saying before it came out. That's what I've been saying. Well, getting to do some overclocking on the memory with it. It's a monster. 49 power, 549. So funny. Is it worth the difference in cost? No. No. Not for average people. Not for average people. It's for a very select few amount of people that have that kind of money to spend just to see an extra 20 frames per second. Now, let's say you're doing content creation and gaming on the same at the same time while on the same PC. Yeah, you're going to see better performance. Are you doing anything besides gaming? No, 9900X3D is what you're going to be wanting to go on. If you're doing gaming and other stuff, 9950X3D is an absolute monster. And yes, it's recommended by me, but I would also have to say you'd have to go with a custom water loop or have a very good AIO. 150 more? It's not bad. But you're not going to see $150 more worth of frames, unfortunately. If that's what you're doing is gaming. Corsair 2500 X MATX case, MSI MATX Project 0 Z760 motherboard. And now application with 32 GB 6400 36 1 terabyte 1200 US. That sounds pretty good. Battery's been over $2,000. 5.6 gigahertz, all cores, no joke on AM5. But I got the 9900 XT for the best in the same Vcache. But I mean, the Vcache isn't gonna save you. The 9900 X3D again, in a lot of cases, is not as good as the 9900 X3D. It's still good. You can't say it's bad. It's just the way they have it done. It's laid out, the way it actually works. Kind of sucks. I'm planning on game streaming using a second computer stream. If you're planning on using a second computer to stream, just go 9800 X3D. You'll see way more performance for your dollar on it. And you won't be using nearly as much power. Porsche Nautilus keeps 85 chips in the 30s on idle. And that's at a low room temperature too. We have 21. It has to be low room temperature because AMD just automatically runs hot. Uses more wattage than Intel idle. Just what they are. It's what they do. Yeah, a year ago, it would have cost $2,000 to get less. Yep. $2,000 or more to get less performance. Three. And I used to play Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the original. Double Vcache doesn't give you double the performance in games. Picked up a power supply that's the other day on sale for $180 for 1350 watt with Japanese caps. That's what you're looking for. Good construction overall, decent cooling, actually in place on them. So yeah, for $180 for 1350 watts, pretty good. The new remake of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 with gameplay benchmark. Oh, I didn't even know. I've been trying to watch your videos. What of overkill? Yeah, that's what you want is overkill. You want to make sure that your power supply stays nice and cool, so that way the voltage that's coming out of your power supply is very, very linear, very smooth going to your GPU and CPU and whatever else you have onto it. I don't even know much about the Nautilus, to be honest, how good they are. But just by hearing that it's cool to 7700X at decent temperature, that's good. Exactly, yeah. You want some steady rails. Yes, you do. And it's good for longevity. Good, make sure there's no power surge because it could happen. Power surge can happen from your power supply. So if only pulling 850 watts power supply today, I should be in a really good shape. Yeah, because even though let's say you're utilizing the full max of your PC and you're pulling the 850 watts, there's going to be spikes. There'll be spikes of 900, probably 950 around there. Spikes sometimes, just spikes of wattage. And yeah, it's good to have that little extra. So that way that spike doesn't trip your overcurrent protection or your OCP. And just make sure it stays cool. Yep, that's why I like Corsair. Some stuff are overpriced. Again, the RAM is very overpriced for certain ones, like the Dominators and Titaniums, but they're hand binned, so to guarantee that you're going to get more performance out of them if you want to, if you're looking for that. For other stuff, I'm not. I don't know a whole lot about Corsair besides the RAM. That's why I like to hype up people on Corsair's RAM, especially certain brand models. Yep. Yeah, Intel has their own patent for 3D cache. Yes. They're probably going to be ending for sure, ending production of their 1.8 nanometer transistors. It will be put into like the Panther Lake, but that's maybe about it. They might do something with it, but for what I'm hearing right now, they're canceling their 1.8 nanometer or 18A node, 18A and 18AP node. They're not going to be doing anything with it. And they're going straight to the 1.4 nanometer transistor. So that way they can be way ahead of TSMC. And if you can be ahead of TSMC, that also makes all the chips for AMD and other companies, then that's good, because then other companies will want to invest in you. And just having something that's way more performance per dollar, perfect. Way more efficient, perfect. For NOS, the genius is the tension is unscrews for the connection, so we type in thermal paste. Also great. I mean, as long as it spreads out as much thermal paste as possible, and then the actual cold plate on it's designed proper, that's what really matters. A lot of good stuff coming up, but there's also a lot of really good deals of stuff right now. Yep. No, I haven't checked in the power supply for the actual ratings on power supplies in a few months now, to be honest. I take it easy there, frame. All ones I've seen have springs on the screws for tension. So that the screws on the tension is not just for tension. It's to help make sure that the tension is correct, as in it's pressing flat roughly. You're not overturning it. And also, so that way, if you have a lot of fans or transporting or whatever, the vibration does not untwist those screws, which can happen. Yeah. So like my Corsair, my EK monoblock with its special design backplate does not have any of that. It's called the exact mount, and you got to know what you're doing for tightening it, but also if you just tighten it up properly to where it's nice and tight, it generally just squeezes it nice and flat anyways, without any kind of springs. Yeah, sounds like a really good deal, Born. Yeah, man, I like that combo deal. Yes, it's a good combo deal. That's why I said, like, are you sure it's not just the CPU and maybe RAM? Because you're basically getting the motherboard 100% free. You're basically getting the motherboard free. MSI. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what the combo actually said for the actual motherboard. I know it's MSI. It's a nice looking motherboard though. No, I believe it's an X870. But it's all good, man. Yeah. And that's what you want. You want the X870Es. The RAM overclocking is way better on them. They're good. They're good, man. It's a good deal. It's a really good deal. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a really good deal. Yeah, in store only. Yeah, it's a really good deal. How long of a drive is it for you? I'll be back in 1 minute. Oh, yeah, it's goodbye. How about 1.5 hours? There's no traffic. And then, yeah, 3 hours. Oof. That's rough. Yeah, for 2 terabyte, you have to look into the more tab though. Check for the used. We'll have to look for the used. Bam. No, yeah, it's probably only select places that you'll be able to see the deal. The Evo Plus will last longer than the Crucial. Better chips on the 990 Evo Plus. There's better chips that'll last longer. More rewrites written to it and just longevity. So more use. So we'll say instead of lasting you 5 years like Crucial, let's say 5 years, the 990 Evo Plus could last you up to 10 years. Around there, depending on use. Like almost twice as long. So the 990 Evo Plus uses, pretty sure the same chips as what they use in the 980 Pros. And yeah, they last a long time. It's what I have. 17,000 hours on. I'm not sure how many rewrites are already on it now, and still at 97%. 97% health. It's just better overall. Plus a little bit faster speed on 990 Evo Plus. He's looking for CU dim. He's looking for CU dim, but CU dim is hard to find sales for, and they're just really expensive. Yeah, that's a good buy. It's like it's a good deal because Samsung doesn't usually go on sale a whole lot, especially for their better NVMe drives. That they're not on sale all the time, and it's for a reason. Just like the Sabre rockets nowadays, like the price of the Sabre rockets have gone up, and they don't really have a whole lot of sales for them except for certain models, and that's because how well they actually perform and last. 234 for 4 TB, pretty good. 8200 to 9600 is what you'll be seeing with CU dim. 8200 to 9600. I recommend the CU dim due to the fact you are having that. And he thinks that's expensive. I paid 400 for my 7200 kit. Yeah, they're not cheap, but they work. I gotta check the Discord for the overclocking team and see if they've actually switched over the controller on them onto the old sticks of RAM. See if it's any better. They're talking about. I'm not sure if they've done it yet. Yeah, they have the Evo for 234. That's rough. That's goodbye because they'll last. Especially the 4 TB ones. The rewrites on them are insane, man. Insane. Insane in a membrane. Yeah, 2 TB usually lasts most people. Works for most people. I wish I had a lot. It's just I put a lot of my stuff on hard drives because it's a lot cheaper. I do have a 2 TB NVMe and other NVMe's I only use for overclocking, but I do have 2 TB for when I do all my recording. Yeah, it's a good buy. 4 TB Evo for 234. It's a good buy. And the 113 for 2 TB. It's a good buy. Yep. The benefit is longevity. So if you can get a 1 TB, yeah, it sucks having to spend the money for a 1 TB for your operating system. If you can get it doesn't even have to be the fastest NVMe drive. You can get the 1 TB for fairly cheap. You can get one of those for your operating system. And then there's no rewrites going to be done on it. Just one time write to it. That's about it. And the other stuff for games or whatever else you're using onto the other one. And that's the one that's going to be used and being utilized the most, which means you're going to want to spend more money on the secondary one. Showing all kinds of non-deals, of course. Thanks, YouTube. Should be showing you deals, though. It's hard to specify what my ads are supposed to be showing. Cheers. Did you hear about the tariffs from Vietnam that Trump and their government actually came up with? Anyone take a look at that? So I have one Kingston 1 terabyte 6000 for Windows and Samsung 98 for games. Yep. That sounds good. It sucks having like, you don't have to have a 1 terabyte for the operating system. It's just, it'll last longer. The 1 terabytes last longer than the 250 gigs or the 500 gigs. The 1 terabytes and the 2 terabytes are going to last longer. So it's better to have them for your operating system. Guarantees longevity. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I would like to say I'm trying to avoid the news, but I don't. I have to have something to talk about when I'm doing this kind of stuff. Yeah, so they closed the deal. It's 20% tariffs from Vietnam. 20%. And they made a deal for it. So not the whole deal is specified anyway. So there's a 20% tariffs. Yeah, man. It's nice to see the decent stuff that comes with the combos and the sales. It's nice. It's really nice to see that. Yep. You're right. KNY will be going up in price. There's nothing we can do about it. It hates me like fine milk. Yeah, the tariffs do cost the consumer. Companies won't eat that. They'll try to make money off of it. So another one that happened was TSMC got hit with a fine. So TSMC just got hit with an A-class lawsuit. So a number of TSMC's employees at company's Arizona fab, and this is at Arizona fab, accused the foundry of discrimination, and last year even filed a class action lawsuit against the company. The class action lawsuit accused TSMC of bias against American employees at its Fab 21 in Arizona. So they're probably hiring cheaper people, of course, than Americans. The class action lawsuit accused TSMC of bias against American employees at its Fab 21. Again, Fab 21 is a pretty big TSMC foundry. And the lawsuit has now expanded to include over 30 people, with allegations ranging from discrimination and harassment to unsafe working conditions. Some of the more bizarre allegations include the company attempting to purchase safety equipment on Temu and untoward physical contact. Wild. So they're saying that they're biased and racist. Vietnam does not have to. Vietnam will be making money off of a little bit off the tariffs as well. Not as much as the U.S., but will be making money off of it as well. Exactly, Born. Yeah, anybody that thinks that businesses don't pass it to the consumers, and yeah, you don't know anything about how stuff works, and you need to get your facts checked, and I don't know, get yourself checked too. Match other countries' tariffs, and also trying to make it so that way the U.S. dollar still stays high. It's basically what he's doing as well, because that will help the U.S. dollar. Again, he's trying to make it so that companies build places in U.S. so that the U.S. government can make money off of the taxes for everything and for goods. A lot of different various of goods from other countries is where he's trying to make some money off of. 199 Team Group, T-Force, G54 terabyte. How much? 199? I mean, Team Group isn't the greatest. For $199, I mean, it's a good buy for $199, but it's not the greatest. That's kind of what they're saying. Just let me continue on with that. Their vet. Exactly. Yeah, they're gonna pass it off. Yeah, but here's the thing: the U.S. is trying to get Canada to be part of U.S., but U.S. has to be done a different way for Canada to even be a part of the U.S. And that's the thing, that even if, let's say, the Trump keeps asking for it, she can't do it unless he does certain things, which he won't do. So if he cannot come to an agreement on actually being, I have to search it up again for ways that U.S. is being done and ran, then Canada will never be a part of the U.S. no matter what, because the U.S. has to be or be done a certain way. So biased racism is what they're saying. TSMC, Fab 21 in Arizona. So the refiled last class action lawsuit with 15 more plaintiffs claims that the company systematically preferred workers from Taiwan and China while sidelining U.S. staff. Non-Asian employees were allegedly subjected to repeated insults, being labeled incompetent and unwilling to work. One former senior technician, Philip Sturbisky, said that he was insulted by managers who called him stupid and lazy, and ultimately became the last non-Asian in his department before resigning in 2024. Among the accusations are reports of openly racist remarks from Taiwanese staff members. Strabrinsky recounted hearing colleagues saying that Black individuals are lazy and emitted unpleasant odors. Another plaintiff described arriving at the workplace to find a rubber chicken hanging over a Black coworker's desk, which he perceived as an act of targeted humiliation. Isn't that a TSMC, a huge foundry, Fab 21 in Arizona? This is happening. This is the kind of stuff you see in like construction, like funny ha-ha jokes. If you can take this, you can work with us kind of thing. This is at a like high-end facility. Several plaintiffs claim that TSMC held meetings and sent invitations in Mandarin, effectively excluding employees who did not speak the language. Even when positions did not require Mandarin proficiency, job postings often listed as desired skill. Plaintiffs also stated that Taiwanese managers frequently switched to Chinglish, a mix of Mandarin and English, to prevent American colleagues from understanding conversations. This is happening at a major, massive company facility. No relying on other countries for goods, especially import stuff. That's what they're trying to do. Yep. That's what technically Trump is trying to do. Should be zero tariffs between the U.S. and Canada. We are allies. There is technically zero tariffs, but we get a shitty end of the deal kind of thing. There's a crap ton of fraud in Arizona government, especially in Macopa country. Doesn't sound like they hiring Americans. Yeah, but barely speak English. That's good, man. That's good though. Oh. Okay, so the complainant further alleges that TSMC's Taiwan-based HR team funneled pre-approved Taiwanese candidates to the U.S. branch, where they were hired without any publicity of advertised openings. The practice allegedly enabled the company to bring in more foreign workers and reduce the number of union positions available in U.S. staff. Oh, knocking down the union. Oh, that's not good. Actually, that can be a big lawsuit. Generally, it is believed that approximately half of TSMC's Fab 21 employees are from Taiwan. Half are from Taiwan. I mean, that's not, depends on, just from Taiwan, half. Only. But they also said they had China as well. Chinese workers. TSMC does not comment on litigations, but last November, it said it believes strongly in a diverse workforce. Not by the sounds of it. TSMC believes strongly in the value of diverse workforce, and we hire and promote without regard to gender, religion, race, nationality, or political affiliation, because we respect differences and believe that equal employment opportunities strengthen our competitiveness. And it's a statement sent to Tom's Hardware read. We also provide various channels for employees to raise concerns and strive to address concerns constructively. Wild. Unsafe working conditions, so they're saying. One plaintiff, Marcus Hernandez, I've heard of Marcus Hernandez before. I was reading on this before. This is probably some else he said. Reported multiple safety violations at Fab 21. He described incidents in which managers pursued him to activate chemical systems without adequate protective gear. I'd be like, I'm out. I'd be like, nah, that's above my pay grade. According to the lawsuit, TSMC even attempted to procure safety harnesses from the online marketplace Temu rather than from trustworthy suppliers. And I'll never buy a safety harness because I do construction, working at heights and stuff is kind of what I do. I'll never buy a safety harness that is not, they're expensive safety harnesses I have. I have custom made ones done for me. So harassment and work culture will be next. Let me take a look at this. Would you take on thermal pads instead of thermal paste? No, I always use thermal paste. So remember, these thermal pads, these melting thermal pads, instead of using thermal paste, are for the longevity of the card. So even though it will last longer than the thermal paste, you'll still have to redo the actual card. It's the longevity of the card that you're going to be using it for. So it could last for 2 to 3 years with the actual pad, depending on actual use of it. But yeah, no, I would always use thermal paste and just redo the thermal paste. I like to do it twice a year. I recommend people do it at least once a year, though, for their CPU and GPU. Sanctions also hurt to the people as well. Yeah. I generally just like government as a whole. I mean, to each their own. It's so hard to know what's exactly going on. Thermal pads are lazy use paste unless you move permanent application like laptop and use PTSM. Even if you use PTSM, it's the lifetime of the actual product. So the lifetime of the product is only max generally 3 years. 3 is generally. The warranty is generally the use of the card or CPU, or generally what you have. And it's 3 years. So you still technically have to redo it. And after the PTSM pads, it doesn't matter what ones you have, when they melt, they're a lot harder to clean up after the fact than thermal paste. Yeah, you can use an X pattern. X patterns work good. What I like to use is just a line across the length of the actual chip, CPU chip, or the actual GPU chip, and use a spreader and spread it out. So that way it guarantees that when you compress it, everything gets, there's no air bubbles trapped. It's just my guarantee method. Dale, I'm looking at comes with template. You put on CPU, script thermal paste on the remove template. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And the template, yeah, you're going to spread it over the actual CPU or template for GPUs as well. No, don't. You can use it for, I was typing and dump the string. Yeah, no, I would like to be able to spend the money to try out all these different kind of pads versus thermal paste, but it's literally like a $500 video that I would do, because I would like to try out various different brands, a whole bunch of different, brand models of the actual PTM and PTSM, the PTM pads and the thermal paste. So I need to try out a whole bunch of different thermal paste, a whole bunch of different pads, compare them, and then do over like a course of a month or so of testing to see which one's actually going to do better in the long run. What's easier to clean off? Again, I already know the answer for a lot of stuff, but I would like to do a nice video on that. And yeah, I still recommend thermal paste. It's cheaper, and yeah, it still lasts a long time. You don't have to do it every year, and it's going to last a long time anyways. And it's cheaper, a lot cheaper. The lifetime of your GPU and CPU is only like technically the warranty, or whenever you upgrade, basically is what they're saying. The lifetime of the GPU or CPU, sorry, man, not what happens. For cheap thermal paste, MX4, a little bit better is MX6, of course. I like my Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut, the pink stuff, or KPX, which is Kingpin's thermal paste. It's the blue stuff. But KPX and Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut are like literally some of the best. Yes, they're made technically for low temperature, for liquid nitrogen, liquid helium, and dry ice and stuff like that. But they have a really good ambient air temperature as well. So like it will give you a little bit better performance if you go with the higher end thermal paste. But MX4 or MX6 is really good. Unless you want it to be a huge hassle, just always use thermal paste. Exactly. Yeah, especially if you're gonna have a longer life than most people with their systems. If you're someone that's gonna just buy a system, put a PTM in, and just use that for a while, that's great. But then you're gonna have to replace it. You're gonna have to replace it at some point. It's not like it's gonna last forever. You're gonna have to replace it. And guess what? Those PTMs melt. And then you got a big pad of it, and then when it squishes down and melts away, you got very little in it, and whatever's melted has melted around the CPU and socket, which is a big pain to clean off. A big pain. Thermal paste, you use a little bit of thermal paste, spread it out nice and thin on the CPU, put a cooler on it, and just a little bit goes around the side. That's it. No problem. Okay, so now we're going to go on harassment and cultural work. And work culture, sorry. So this is at the TSMC Fab 21, and this is for harassment allegations, also extended to physical contact. One male employee said he was repeatedly touched on the buttocks by older Taiwanese engineers. The same individual claimed he witnessed similar behavior directed at other American workers. Wow. Complaints about the work culture also included long shifts, frequent weekend assignments, and relentless pressure to meet production targets. Employees described the environment as excessively harsh, with inadequate training and constant stress contributing to high turnover. TSMC managers from Taiwan reportedly argued that American workers are lazy, do not work hard enough, and do not know enough. Brutal. When questioned about why American employees have been replaced by Taiwanese nationals, TSMC's senior HR director Ted Chang allegedly explained that that company was Asian. Meanwhile, explained the company was Asian. They're in the U.S. though. It means they're being racist. Meanwhile, former chairman Mark Liu previously stated that U.S. staff were not expected to match the strict work practice common in Taiwan, suggesting the conditions were easier. Wow. Boring. 799 Arctic MX6 4-gram. All of the former thermal paste CPU. Yeah, it's good. It's 4 grams. It'll last you around over 4 applications. American employees are lazy, but they are so sexy. Apparently so. Apparently so. That's what they're saying, man. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, no, Joe, for 4 grams, it should last you about 6 applications, right around there. As long as you're doing it right. I'm too sexy for my shirt. So 60 data hertz. Yeah, generally what it lasts me. 4 grams doesn't even last me an overclock session. Oh, born. It took me a second to get that. Yeah, that's brutal. It took me a second to get that. Oh, so TSMC is in a bit of a pickle. I mean, that's good, especially if you're going to have other systems that you're going to be building. It's good to have a little bit more. For $2 more for 2 more grams or 4 more grams, it's goodbye. Yeah, because let's say you put your cooler on and you somehow mess it up, because it can happen, and the thermals just seem really off. You might have to take that cooler back off, check the actual mount. So mount off of like the thermal paste, what it looks like, the spread. That's why I have a lot of videos about redoing stuff and doing the spreads and stuff like that. It's showing the spreads of the actual thermal paste after the cooler's mounted to it. You should check out videos if you're not seen that. Then yeah, you might have to reapply the actual thermal paste. So clean it up, reapply the thermal paste, and then remount it. As long as you keep it in a nice, dry, cool spot, it'll last like almost basically forever. I would say 5 to 10 years, though. More than that. If it's just kept like what I keep mine in a drawer and no sun ever hits it, and it's, general temperature, ambient temperature is not hitting heat or freezing, then it'll last a very long time. Minimum 5 years. Yeah, I should be on for a while. I may be going over a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, make sure you. So let's say when you're putting on the thermal paste onto the CPU, that when you hit the little button and squish it on there, leave that little bit at the tip. Don't suck that in so there's an air bubble. You don't want any air bubbles, so you want to make sure that's all at the tip, and then put the cap on it and make sure the cap's on nice and tight. It's very true, Boar. Yeah. Yeah, it's silicone grease with additives. So thermally conductive additives. Some pastes, like the silver, Arctic silver, has liquid metal. Actually, well, I guess it's Splave that has it. That has liquid metal into it. Arctic silver has like little silver, fine silver into it. A lot of it has ammonium nitrate into it. Some have carbon into it, or even some copper into it. But yeah, that's all it is basically. It's silicone oil, silicone grease, silicone oil. The caps on the MX stuff, the Arctic MX, is actually pretty good. The caps are actually pretty good. They actually seal really good. They do. They do. All right, sounds good, Joe. Sounds good, Joe. Ooh, so the 5090D, so basically China's nerfed 5090D, was overclocked at 3.6 gigahertz. And that's the super cooled Hall of Fame edition. Breaks 3D Mark and overclock records. Let's go. It was on LN2. And it does have the dual 12-volt high power connector. So they had to add in one of the 12-volt high power connectors, but they did. So they broke records on Unigine, Superposition, 3D Mark, Port Royal, and GPU Pi. Wow. Very nice. And if I even called it way back when I was going over the Galaxy Hall of Fame Lab Edition, basically, 5090s, that they're going to be amazing. And someone needs to get the 5090s up there because it'll outbeat this 5090D. Yeah. Yep. They're expensive, but they last a long time, especially if you're getting the Corsair magnetic levitating fans. They'll basically last forever. Nah, it's not really worth it. You'd want higher mega transfers. Just look for an 8000 kit, regular 8000 kit then. That's not CU dim though. Yeah, just look for a regular 8000 kit. So they used a extreme OC BIOS from NVIDIA that allows up to 2000 watts. They won't be able to do probably 2000 watts, but it allowed up to 2000 watts on this 5090D. Holy. Twice as much as the 1000-watt BIOS. That's insane. So Port Royal score, they achieved 47,469 points. Very nice. Superposition, they did 38,237. Again, nice. Very nice. It's fine if you get the 8000 not CU dim. CU dim? Yeah, they do. $60 more. For what brand? Oh, I can't wait when they do the RTX Pro X 6000. The next Pro 6000 card that comes out. I know how powerful it's going to be. I mean, the Pro 6000 is really powerful. I'm waiting for them to actually do an overclock of a RTX Pro 6000 because it will crush these scores. I mean, for your board, you're going to be spending a lot of money for the RAM, especially 48 gigabyte kits. You want CU dim high mega transfers per second. They're not cheap, man. So. And it has RGB. RGB. Really gay boy. Perfect for you, Born. I'm a unicorn. It's like $10 upgrade. I mean, some kids have RAM with RGBs cheaper, actually. I've seen, at least here in Canada, I've seen RGB cheaper than regular kits with no RGB. Yeah, you can. You get 32 GB kits. They're just not very fast, that's all. Yep, you can make it a separate color. That's why I really like the Corsair Dollar Titaniums, because I could, if I had another kit of it, or get the 4-dim kit, you can set it up and it looks actually really nice when you do RGB on it. There's some really cool effects with it. Some RGB has really cool effects. RAM affects performance more than what you think. You did not see my benchmarks and videos about testing different games with faster RAM. Exact same timings, the exact same. Primaries and secondary, same timings. Faster RAM gives way more frames, especially for esport games. Pretty cool. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah. With the Corsair Dollar Titaniums, you can make it look like special effects, like fireworks, basically almost like fireworks going off. You know, like what is that? The barbershop, spinning barbershop thing, like the actual barbershop, how it looks like it's coiling down. You can make it look like that. You can do wild stuff with it. Yeah, keep looking, man. Keep looking. But yeah, you'll get. Yeah, you should check out some older videos. I mean, they're not that old, but they show a lot about RAM performance, timings, frequencies, densities. So 32 gig, 48 gig, 64 gig. The exact same timings from 5600 mega transfers to 6400 mega transfers to 7600 mega transfers. All the exact same timings. And yeah, it's a big increase in performance on especially esport games or your FPS games. It's a big increase. And Counter-Strike 2 alone, it gave me over 60 frames per second. Gave me over 60 frames per second just having a higher kit of RAM. You can just go with the original DIMMs. You don't have to do CDIM, CU DIM. You can just do regular kit of DDR5. It's more or less different ICs. It's different ICs on it. The controller, there's different controllers on it. So the memory controller on your CPU talks to the memory controller on your RAM. That's what DDR5 is. And it's different controller on the RAM that talks to the CPU. And the Core Ultras can utilize regular ones or the CU DIMMs. Then ATX case has 2 intake fans. I'm going to have the 2 AIO fans for exhaust, making that should be sufficient in a small case. It's 2 intake and 2. Is there a way that you can do 3 intake and 1 exhaust? Or make it so that way the fans in the front are putting more air in than what's being exhausted? Just guarantees it'll be less dust. A different controller. It's a completely different controller. Louder, so that way the RAM can actually get higher speeds a lot easier. That's all. A 3D printed case with built-in coolers, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Born, if you can make it so that way the fans in the front blow more air than the fans that are exhausting, that'll help you a bit more. Okay, good. Yeah. Good. That actually sounds pretty good. So Intel Xeon 6 processor. So the code name is the Diamond Rapids. I've been talking about this before. It's the 9324-pin LGA socket. Yeah, so it's Intel's next generation Xeon processor. Will reportedly utilize a new platform, the 9324-pin LGA socket, indicating a revised memory subsystem and PCIe lane configuration. Leak slide published on Sunday by X86 reveals that one new CPU could feature up to 192 high-performance cores, as well as 8 or 16 DDR5 memory channels. 16 will be wild. Wild if it has 16. Again, I've already talked about this before. This is a different kind of leak. This is a newer one. Talk a bit more. We kind of figured might have 8 DDR5 memory channels, but 16 DDR5 memory channels, wild. So please note that we are dealing with information from an unofficial source, so please take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty sure we'll have at least 8 DDR5 memory channels, at least 8 channels, which is a lot. But if that's 16, that's wild. We're talking like probably have like up to 4 terabytes of RAM. Yeah, no, Corsair is really good. Does it come with the Commander Pro? I use the Commander Pro. Does it actually come with the Commander Pro? For the fan hub? So it should have RGB and also fan on it. And it's magnetic, so it's nice. Yeah, the Corsair fans are nice, man. So the Intel's rumor spec for Xeon 7 Diamond Rapids processor includes up to 192 cores. Okay, we've talked about that before. Either 8 channel or 16 channel. Again, I'm pretty sure I'll guarantee that'll have 8 channel, but if it has 16, that'll be absolutely wild. And the thermal design power of 500 watt. Again, we talked about this before. I have 500 watt for 192 cores. And yeah, 500 watt TDP is actually pretty good for 192 cores. We already know that Intel's Diamond Rapids processor will use second generation MRDIMM memory modules, which will support data transfer rate of up to 800 megatransfers per second, and supported by existing Xeon 6 Granite Rapids. And we've talked about that before in the past as well, and showed the performance of that as well. And these next generation processors support up to 12,800 megatransfers per second memory modules. That'd be insane. The entire memory subsystem of these CPUs will support a peak bandwidth of over 1.6 terabytes per second. It's a lot of bandwidth, representing a significant increase compared to existing designs, approximately 844 gigabits per second for Granite Ridge. So again, that's almost twice the amount of actual bandwidth. Wow. Yeah, the new warranty for the MSI power supplies are insane. Yep, just slap it in, plug it in. It's nice. Supports up to 6, right? Or 8. 6. Supports up to 6 fans on it with RGB. And then they're full size 4-pin as well, PWM fans. Yeah, you are. Again, if you have any questions, man, just let me know. 14? What? Is it a new one that they have? 14? That's wild. That's actually wild if it supports up to 14. Must be a newer one. I don't have Commander. That's wild. So it's only doing 2 fans. It's nothing what they can actually handle. They can handle a lot, like 5 amps, something like that. Oh, sorry, not 5 amps. Well, maybe they can handle up to about 5 amps. They can handle a lot. Wild. Isn't that wild? That product 0 motherboard also has LED trouble indicator, so that's a bonus. It's a very well built motherboard. Yep. I mean, it's better to have a actual coder, error checker, code checker, but LED is fine. No, MATX, you can't. You can overclock the RAM, though. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you go to a smaller motherboard. It does not have the power delivery for it. So that way they'll make it so that way you can do it. You just can't overclock it. Yeah, you don't even need to worry about overclocking the CPU. You can do some timings on the RAM, overclock the RAM a little bit, and get some more performance anyways. If you really wanted. Yep. But again, it's good. It's got the Z boards are not just about overclocking in general. Yes, you can overclock still, and it has good overclocking for the memory, but it also for the PCIe lanes for how it's laid out. Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 3s, 8s, 16s, and also IO. And generally built with higher end components. Yes, it's not a 790, correct. It's a Z760, and it's a MATX, so they make it so that way you can't do CPU overclocking due to the fact it does not have the power delivery for it. It only has a single 8-pin for the CPU. The layout for the VRMs, chokes, and all that are not the same. It's less amount. Still be way overpowered for the CPU that you put into it, but they make it so that way you can put like a 14900K in it and still be able to use it. Just can't do any overclocking on CPU. The layout for the RAM still good. It has two 8-pin connections. It's only 12 plus 1. Oh, okay. I mean, that's more than enough technically. Just not for overclocking at all. But you can do up to a 14900K in it if you wanted. That's it. You can't do anything with it. Yeah, it's definitely beefy for what you want. I can't believe it actually has two 8-pin connectors. Maybe it's only strictly ITX. Yeah, it's only a 6-layer. Yeah, that's also why. And that's also a reason why you can't do any overclocking with it. It's only a 6-layer. You're looking for like 8 or 10. It's a lot more copper in them. I mean, still good. Can't believe it has two 8-pin connectors though. That's good. Well, it's not that they're pushing it that way. It's that when you're doing overclocking on something like that, you're only going to get so far with a 6-layer. Due to the fact there's the traces are not done the same. 6-layer versus an 8-layer, there's a big difference. A lot more copper, a lot more than expected. You got that, yep. And heat saturation. That's just one thing. Then also voltage stability. But if you don't have a whole lot of stable voltage going through the board, you can start blowing components. You know, there's a lot of backup components. You blow enough of them, well, it's no good. Yeah. Yup. And it's wild because around my area, like even like 1300Ks and 1400Ks go for a lot of money still. Used a lot. Actual PCs around my area, they're all old stuff. Nothing new at all for used. No, like everything's sold for on the market around my place. They want way too much for it. Not even a few years old. We're talking like a lot of stuff is around 10 years old here. Like 10 years old. And it's not a good price. It's good to buy new though. It's guaranteed that you're getting the warranty. And it's new. I know what to look for when I'm buying used though. Even if it's broken, I know what to look for used. Yeah. Here and still, you just say the kind of frames that you're looking at. A lot of people be interested in it. Oh, that's sad. I got a kitty in the box. Kitty in the box. Kitty in the box. Kitty in the box. Are you happy? Are you tired? Yeah, one eye open. Oh, both eyes opened. Want to say hello? Want to say hello? Yeah. Oh, no. In the mouth. Want to say hi? We gonna say hi? Did I just say hi this time? You should definitely say hi. Oh, I down. And in the mouth. There you go. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, she likes the box. I have to clean the hair out of the box once in a while, though. Somehow, my childhood cat is still going. 21 years old now? 21. Maybe switch over food. Hopefully it's changes the mind. Yep, gotta spoil. Gotta spoil. Time to buy that crave food. A really expensive stuff. $2 per meal. $2 per meal. Cup's got a perfect crack. 2 perfect cracks on the side. That's good. Yep. At Crave Food, you can buy it in like bulk, and it's not as expensive. It's really good. Yep, you can make chicken yourself. Just do a chicken gravy. Just don't, go crazy with it. But yeah, make it like a chicken gravy. Add it to the chicken. Make sure it's well cut up, or else they won't even eat it. My cat, if the food's a bit bigger than like a pea size, won't even eat it. Like it could be like the creme de la creme kind of food. If it's too big of a size, it's like can you cut that up for me and then I'll eat it. Like, oh, my princess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. How much effort? How dare you? Yep. Oh yeah, exactly. Well, the shred, like chomp, or just eat the head of a rat or something. No, no, no. She's too much of a princess. Again, she's a born absolute killer. Like she will go after mice, rats, and moles and all that. She'll go after it all. But her food, though, no. That's a different story, man. Apparently, it's a different story. Or whenever I give her a piece of my ham or whatever I give her, no, it's a different story. Gotta be the right size. Okay. Already. And the price of the stuff for DDR4 and GDDR6 chips going up that high in price is wild to me. Up to 50% is what they're saying. And U.S. imposes 25% tariffs on all products from Japan and South Korea and will take effect August 1st. Again, pretty wild. So I was going to get a quick coffee here. Yeah, probably. coffee mood. Yep, if you're spending the money on something, you want it to last, right? Why don't you come over here, Gabagoo? Or you just want to stay in the box? You like it in the box, eh? Of course you are. What? Yes. I don't know why you have to keep looking at me. I haven't really seen anything interesting. Too interesting. I don't want to talk about too much stuff that I'm making videos for right now. So more or less about Intel's new CPUs and Zen 6. Okay, 1 minute here. Oh, all right. And dig out. Bam, bam, bam. Welcome back. So, remember I was talking about the ceramic storage devices? Hey, Squeeze. So the laser engraved ceramic storage devices that stores data for up to 5,000 years. I talked about this a while ago. Not sure if anyone remembers me talking about this new storage device that they came up with. They're saying up to 100,000 petabytes per rack. So it's a German storage setup by Surbyte, recently presented at the A3 Tech Live conference in Munich, where it detailed an ambitious new roadmap. Blocks and files to share a few updated details about how Surbyte's plans are expected to unfold over the next half decade as it pioneers innovative ceramic nano layers based storage. Ceramic. Oh, you wouldn't be able to afford one. They'll cost more than a Coaxia. They're not going to be for normal consumers. So the highlights include the goal of realizing storage systems that offer up to 100 petabytes of storage per rack, with transfer rates of 2 gigabits per second by 2030. Capacities could even reach 100,000 petabytes per rack by 2045, should supporting laser technology advance as expected. And they should advance as expected. The laser technology that's been going on just in the past few years has been wild, and that they're working on some pretty crazy systems for new chips in the future. So as expected, it probably will be, especially since they're building new fabs for these new technologies. Oh, there'll be thousands of dollars. Or there'll probably be thousands of dollars per terabyte. That's a lot of rewrites. The end of Titanic still makes me cry. So the first system boasts a spacious 1 petabyte storage per rack for the pilot, but only pedestrian 100 megabits per second. Not very fast, of course. Another drawback of these first systems will be their 90-second time to first byte TTFB performance. So after 90 seconds, the speed we have to reduce. Well, some of these metrics may seem acceptable for archival storage, given its attractively resilient and durable characters. I mean, really resilient. High temperatures, low temperatures, doesn't matter, but the climate technically they're at, and they'll last, they're saying up to 5,000 years. So they're lasting 5,000 years, expect them to be expensive. They're saying up to 100 petabytes per rack by 2030. So within 5 years, 100 petabytes per rack. You put them in like a RAID system, right? They'll make them faster. Yeah. That'll be more than 25 cents probably per year. Per drive. Like they won't be cheap, man. They really won't be cheap. Yeah, so they're saying 7,000, 8,000 per module, and then hopefully dropping the prices to $6 to $8. So yeah, of course, at the beginning they're going to be really expensive. How much would I make to be a BeamNG server host? Yeah, but if we do get a consumer version, it'll be like the $6 to $8. Like per module or per 100 megabytes. That wouldn't be too bad. Exactly, yeah. Do you have that much time? And by 2045, they're going to be a lot better, but they're just for mass storage for a long period of time. So data centers will like it because they'll last a long time. One time purchase, basically. Yeah, I don't have a 64 core server though. Best I can do right now is a 12 core, 24 thread. So 24. I could build other systems, but I mean, max I could do right now is probably like right around 32 cores. It's pretty good. Probably got all the new technology. Yeah, right? Have you heard about the new stuff from Antarctica? About all the wild stuff about it? Theories and actualities? Actual proven facts? It's pretty cool stuff in Antarctica. Yeah, the server I got is only up to 12 core, 24 thread, 288 gigs of RAM. More than enough RAM. Not really worth it though. Yep. Team still doesn't use a whole lot of power. Technically, yeah, not a long time ago. To some, a very long time ago, but really, in actuality, not really. Yeah, it's if they have A4s. Yeah, if they have a 14900 series CPU. 13900 series. Ooh, a shipping company is making a data center on a ship. Expected to deploy in 2 years. Oh, welcome back there, Theo. Yeah, 20 cores. That was only $5 a core. I mean, good deal. There is, but those optics are still not cheap. I mean, yeah, a data center on a ship. So Japanese shipping line, Mitsu OSK Lines, MOL, has just signed a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Kinetics, a subsidiary of Turkish floating power generation company, Car Power Ship, to build and power a 20 to 73 megawatt 20 to 73 megawatt floating data center. According to MOL, this pilot project will use a 120-meter long ship with a gross tonnage of 9,731 tons. Power will primarily be delivered via a Car Power Ship vessel using various fuels like liquefied natural gas. It can also connect to other land and sea sources, like connecting to offshore windmills or onshore solar farms. Fresh off the vine. 10700 is only 6 core, isn't it? 6 core. Or the 10. Pretty sure just 6. I don't think it's a pretty big challenge. Yeah, it is a big challenge. Give me a second, I'll show you the ship here. Show you the ship here in a second. Well, bam! So here we go. This is the massive ship that's going to be 20 to 73 megawatts data center. Crazy. Wild. Yeah. That lake would get heat saturated. Nah. It's not a bad idea to do it. Who owns this? It's the MOL. So MOL, so Japanese shipping line, Mitsu OSK, MOL, had just signed they just signed it for the Kinetics and subsidiary of Turkish floating power generation company, Car Power Ship. So that's the Turkish floating power generation company that owns the ship. They signed a deal with them. So this MOU represents an important step forward in leveraging MOL's group of assets and extensive expertise in ship operations to rapidly build digital infrastructure while minimizing environmental impact. As MOL Managing Executive Officer Tomoki Ishida, Kinetic CEO Mehmet Katmer also added, This project represents a significant step forward on our vision at Kinetics, delivering innovative, efficient, and sustainable infrastructure solutions that meet the energy needs of today and tomorrow. By pairing mobile power generation with floating data infrastructure, we are addressing critical market bottlenecks while enabling faster and cleaner, more flexible digital capacity expansion. Smart way to do it. You can literally just use the engine to, like the big ass engine that they have, to bring in fresh, cold seawater and just inject it out the back and continuously do it that way. Like it's a good way to do it. I mean, if it sinks, it sinks. They just waste a lot of money. Yeah, like it's gonna be great. Actually, it's smart to do, in my opinion. Exactly. Yep. That's what they're probably planning on doing for the cooling for it. That's at least my speculative on that. From the front, brings in all that water and then injects it through the back. So it's continuously getting cool water. Be smart. Blowing us all, he says. So grid capacity and power concerns are the biggest limiting factors to the deployment of massive data centers. As demand for AI processing ramps up, power and transmission companies are having difficulty catching up with demand. These issues are causing expensive delays, and tech companies need to find ways to get power quickly. Elon Musk did this by using massive portable generators. I mean, massive. To deliver the needed electrical power, but he is now facing allegations of polluting the air in the neighborhood. If you have not seen that, yes, I'm pretty sure I went over this in the live stream. Yeah, the whole town is after Elon Musk about this, and also taking away too much water from the actual town and causing people to have less actual water flow in their house. And that's in Memphis that's the Memphis supercluster. So what a supercomputer is doing. Despite receiving 150 megawatts from the Tennessee Valley Authority and using Tesla batteries as service backup, a lot of them too, Musk still plans to ship a complete power plant to the U.S. to deliver 2 gigawatts of power to Colossus. And yes, Elon Musk is looking to ship an actual power plant to power his supercomputer. Wild. Literally ship over a whole power plant. And talked about that a little bit. $2012 types. Yeah. Because as long as there's a current, that would matter, as long as you face it both in the right direction. I mean, it'd be easier on the system. Oh, in the ocean like that, you don't have to worry about much. Right? You can literally just use the boat's propeller to move forward to create enough actual water flow to cool everything. Oh, he really is. Bad news. What's the bad news? I don't want to know, but what's the bad news? You could just have a bunch of pods lowered into the ocean. That would be the most efficient way. You could sit there. I mean, how would you get the power? You still need the power if you lower it into the ocean. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't even talk about 50-50. That's why I never even talked about it. That's why I said before it even came out, don't even worry about buying it. Don't waste your money on it. But they need to power the actual data center. The data center is more than just the processors. Yeah, single fan 50-50 and make it cheap. Yeah. I mean, I went over it a little bit, but I mean, there's no point in people buying it. Yes, it'd be great for low powered systems and that, but it's only going to be targeted for specific reasons and specific people. Yep, make it self powered. That's what they'll probably be doing. And whenever they want to dock, they can just use solar power from there or whatever they have at the docking station for them to just charge up while they're not moving. Right? Kind of like the electricity generating brakes, kind of like that. That's what they're doing with the boats. So whenever they're stopped moving, they are up that way. Whether they're moving, they're self-powered. You know, to a degree. Hey, it is a bit better than 3050, of course. When generators on top of the boat, energy generators at the bottom of it, the surface could be a solar collectors. They're apparently not going to be doing solar collector on it. They won't be doing solar collector on it. It sounds like they're just going to be doing natural gas to liquid form to actually power the data center. Again, probably a diesel motor for powering the actual propeller. Not unless they're going to do all natural gas for powering the whole system, which I don't expect them to do that. A lot of maintenance involved in that when you can use a diesel generator that's less maintenance. Yep. Yeah, there is, right. But from what I read there, they're not going to be doing that. I mean, it's going to be a massive boat. They're saying up 20 to 73 megawatts. It's a lot of power it's going to need. I'm not sure if they're going to have enough even. I mean, how much it would cost for solar to do that? I mean, pretty wild. Even wind. So they would have to do a different way to do it. Yeah, could be implemented later on. But since they're saving a lot of money on the cooling, they could just put the money towards longevity. Again, they're going to be out on the sea, right? So solar might not be a good idea with all that salt. We need a lot of maintenance to clean it. Same thing with windmills. You would have to have a lot of maintenance. Yeah, for clean energy, right? There's lots of ways to do energy, but clean energy is what everyone wants to be better at. That's why Microsoft, Google, some other company are going to be getting their own clean energy power plant, basically. Not going to be done until 2030, though. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Self-sustaining. But they're trying to be green, clean as possible while being self-sustaining. Nuclear is very clean now. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Nuclear is very clean now. And nuclear is not the way it was before. Nuclear is still the cleanest and technically around the safest there is now. That's true, yeah. It's what they do say. It's very true. Yep. Yes, there is. That's what Microsoft, Google, and I forgot the other company is looking to actually get their hands on. Again, won't be coming around until 2030. Be a bit bigger than what powers your home, of course, but that's what they're looking to get. It would, yeah, still be pretty, yeah, it's true. It would not be small by any means. I mean, if you did shrink down, technically, if you could shrink down a nuclear power plant to power a home, it would be fairly small. Because what you want to do, let's say, so a large nuclear power plant can do 2.5 million homes. Small reactors like the ones that Google and that are doing can power around 300,000. So 2.5 million. Nope. I did that wrong. It could be fairly small per home. We're talking like a few yards. So yeah, solar can be very efficient depending on your location and all that. And 5 kilowatts enough for most people. $250,000. Just $250,000. That's chump change, man. Ooh, how much was that LiPo battery bank though? Too bad it's more half bad then. Single chance you're asked. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the way things are going is really good for solar. I mean, even wind's gotten better too for efficiency. It's just maintenance. It's the maintenance on solar and wind is not ideal. Yeah. Yeah, inverters are not. If you could find a decent one, actually, they're not bad prices for inverters. Lithium ion versus water. That's scary. And that's the reason why the lithium, like the lithium, when you did that, when you with the needle, it's because it's getting water, not technically the oxygen. It's the water in the actual air. All right, man. Take her easy, Joe. To a lot of people don't realize it's the water that's in the air that reacts to the lithium. If there's no water in the air, or really low humidity, then lithium won't react to the air. It's literally water that makes the lithium. No, it's literally like boom. It ignites so fast, and it's uncontrollable basically. It's very, very, very scary battery or makeup of a battery. Got it. Yeah, that's why they're well sealed. Yeah, if it has a lot of water source, it literally blows up. And then if it blows up and goes everywhere, and it's very hot, it burns extremely hot for a very long time. That's what's scary about lithium. Yep, the 48 volts is what you want. Yeah, the higher the voltage, the more efficient you can get. Also, a lot scarier too. 4 cell, that's good then. It's a fairly simple design then. Hard to mess up. Not saying you can't mess it up. It's just an easier setup. Yeah. Oh, you bought build battery. Okay. I would build with cells. Because there's some cells, got what size they are, like the actual names for them. I'll have to search them up again. But they're from like about 4 or 5 years ago. You can get them very cheap per cell. Very cheap. And they're large cells. Oh, got it. Yeah. Yeah, if you know how to build from cells, and it's cheaper now, especially with some of the older cells that are just fine. There's nothing wrong with the older cells. Yeah. Yeah, 12-volt systems are not the greatest. They work just fine, but they're not the greatest. Not very efficient. They drain very quick. Yeah. Yep. That's the hydropower is one of the easiest to maintain too. I mean, technically, nuclear power is the easiest to maintain. It's just you need smart people to be able to do that, and a fancy system like a nuclear power plant to be actually able to do that. But hydro dams are actually the best. Some land would be awesome. It is better than 12-volt. Yeah, more voltage and better efficiency. Just scarier to deal with. Oops. Good old wheelhouse, eh? Yeah, we had one of them burn up. You don't want to do a wheelhouse. They require a lot of oil. A lot of people don't realize that. They require a lot of oil. It must be the battery that's put in place onto it, not the greatest battery. Or you're just getting them very hot. Heat will drain the battery quicker. Depending on what you're doing, it will drain the battery quicker. Maybe you're just doing more on it now. Doesn't matter. Gaming laptops have a higher power CPU. Just playing around on the web uses a lot of power on laptops. Gaming laptops. Easy transport. Yeah, safer transport. Even if you use good marine grease, you have to constantly apply. That's why a lot of them use a dripped oil, a fairly low temp dripped oil, so it's a thicker oil. I know a little bit about it. Yeah, like marine grease would work, but a dripped oil is just more efficient. Yeah, and there's ways to do solutions, but they stopped doing those kind of um, systems due to the fact that they're not very efficient. A lot of maintenance. And if not a lot of maintenance, they use a lot of another resource to keep it maintained. I mean, it's not the problem with gaming laptops, just they're not constantly being plugged in onto them. They're not the greatest. Yeah, or you have to upgrade the battery on it. Something's wrong with it. You can always, again, I don't know why you don't just return it. If the battery's already gone with it, just there's RMA for that. There's RMA the battery or RMA the laptop. You would have to, I would say, build something. Old machinery like that costs a lot of money. Or just, it's worn out and you'd have to rebuild it anyways. Yeah, I remember, like, the best kind of bearing you can make is a steel shaft bearing with grease in between for longevity, especially for something like that, longevity. It's a hardened steel shaft bearing. It's all you really got to do. Keep it greased up, boom. But again, it's the best way you're going to want to do it is also like a stainless steel. And then you can't do stainless steel. It fuses itself together. So you'd have to do some sort of sleeved, probably a titanium or something sleeved, and then a stainless steel shaft, through rod bearing style for that, and then have a greased up. Like there's ways around it, but it's going to cost. And the old machineries were always like a cast or hardened steel rod, but generally not stainless steel. And then you'd have to add a lot of grease or oil for it. That's why they came up with different ways. And then there's now different kind of hydro dams that are way more efficient than what they used to be. Completely made of stainless steel with special kind of bearings for it. Again, stainless steel will fuse itself together. That's why, be careful of that kind of stuff. That's why you don't use stainless steel nuts on a stainless steel bolt, because it literally will fuse itself together. Good luck getting it off. Yeah, it's not much you can do with those laptops. Most time you can find what you need, a scrap pile of marine parts, these special metals. They don't corrode. It's not even just corrode. You can use special metals in that. But the money. You got the money and got the time for the research. It can be done. I said you'd have to do like a stainless steel through rod, hardened stainless steel through rod, some sort of titanium or some sort of sleeve. Again, you can't use stainless steel. Titanium does not also corrode or rust. Okay, you just use a sleeve. Then you can do an outer stainless steel shell on top of that for the housing, for the grease to go through. One of the better ways to do it. Just guarantees it can be as efficient as possible, so that way there's always going to be a constant water flow, basically, but over time, the wear on stuff will make it so that way they'll be more resistant due to the fact that there's wear. If you do it a certain way, you can make it so it lasts longer, basically. And then basically whenever it rains, you're gonna get more flow, which will help the actual generate power, more power, which is nice. Yeah, it'll read 100 wide. It's very brand new stuff at used price. Hell yeah, first shipment just came in. And then you can hook it back up to the actual hydro, and then they can pay you. They don't pay as much though, so could make money off of it, depending on how big of a system you're planning on doing, how efficient it really is. They got some pretty crazy efficient hydro dams now, like 97% efficient now. So what they're up to. So whatever water goes through, it's generating a lot more power than what it used to. Very little maintenance. It is a bad timing. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like you might have to RMA the laptop or even the battery, depending on how it works, how the whole RMA works. All Corsair build, basically. It's nice. It's nice having an all system that's really, it's just basically one brand. They got a new AI powered drone. By NVIDIA. Wild. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, MSI and Corsair. Nice. Both some decent brands. I need a 1060 so I can beat this modder that did something stupid with a 1060. Hopefully graduation goes good. Use to keep electrical reader clicking this relay alternator battery which going back as the voltage would Well, it's the battery that generally goes. Alternators usually last a long time. Usually there are some issues with some, but yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you'll be all right. Think you'll be all right, man. Build? I'm guessing you mean by build? The bill? Build the science guy. Bit. The science. Yeah, I give up the big bill, no problem. Yeah, that's good. The science guy. Yeah, I'll fluctuate. There's fluctuations in voltage and that, right? But you gotta realize there's fluctuations. Nothing's perfect, man. Nothing is perfect. So there'll be fluctuations. Just the box, that'll tell you. I mean, boxes nowadays are part of the cost too. So I don't like the boxes nowadays. Just because the box is really nice doesn't mean the product is usually good. The product is good and has a nice box. Well, guess what? You're still spending money on the box. When it considering much this, oh, that's 400. Perfect. Wow. Probably. It's a really nice box. I mean, I like my boxes, as you can tell. There are some boxes that are really nice, but I mean, again, you're spending the money, and a lot of people don't realize just because you're getting a nice looking box doesn't mean you're getting the best product. You're just spending money on the box. I know this box here I could sell for like $50 or more. Just the box. Some of these boxes literally are worth like $50 just to sell the box. It's wild. Boxes are wild. Yeah. I mean, then you got the certain models, right? Certain models that have an insane box for them. Like the MSI Meg. Have you seen the box for the MSI Meg? Insane. Yep. There's some boxes for some GPUs, some motherboards that are worth over $100 for just the box. And people do. People buy them. Yeah, used in box, yeah. If it comes with the box, it's usually worth more. Comes with the original box, original hardware, it's worth more. But I have all the boxes. It's worth more. It's worth more to me. Worth more to a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah, all my boxes are worth about that. Yeah. Yeah, it can. A lot of people are collectors too, not just want to use it. They're collectors of the actual product, of the brand. That's why some things sell for a lot more. Yep. I'm a type of collector. I might be an overclocker, but I like to collect my hardware as well. Yep. I mean, the 1080 Ti box that I got here is not in good condition by any means. So here's my 3070 Ti box. As you can see, it's in pretty good box because I'm the original owner. As you can see, it literally has the same seal on this side in perfect condition. Has a little bit of wear on the corner. It's gonna happen though. As you can see, it's in very good condition. The EVGA box, I mean, a dent there. The corners are really messed up on it. This is how I got it. Really, really messed up. Taped over on the one side because they ripped off both sides of it. The back, plastic, I used to be here is now taped. His original owner didn't really care about the box that much. He did keep it though. The card itself though, mint, absolutely beautiful. Under any ownership, yeah. I always keep either my boxes in like something like that, and yeah, I'm very careful with it, or I keep them in totes with like packaging, bubble wrap around them all. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not terrible. It's just I don't care about the plastic here. It's not the original plastic. It's literally tape. The sides are pretty banged up a bit. And not the original on the side. Oh yeah, that sucked. I mean, it's still in alright shape. I mean, that's a good way to store though. If you have a lot of hardware or in boxes, it's good to, use a razor blade, cut all the, not like cut the box, cut all the seals on it and then flatten it down and then store it that way. You can actually keep them in really good shape for a very long time. Because then you're not moving it around, especially if you're not moving around the boxes. And you can store a lot more boxes in one area. Good way to do it. Bum. I hear you. A lot of people are like the minimalistic. I got boxes and boxes and boxes. Yeah, I know. I do that. As long as I can protect the one box by covering it in a box, by putting it in a box, I will. I will. Okay. Go. Fit. I'll be back in a minute here. Yeah, they're making more Gen 5 SSDs and they're making them so they're cooler too. Not like the original, like the first ones that came out. First ones that came out were really hot, and the ones that are out and coming out now and they'll be released later on are a lot cooler, which is nice. Yeah, if you're finding a really good deal, man, it's hard to buy something that costs a lot more than what you'd originally paid for it or pay for it. Yeah, finding stuff at MSRP is good thing to do, especially with newer hardware. Older stuff is very hard to find at MSRP. Yeah, low MSRP is the way to go. It's not dead on arrival, it's just the battery. Or you're just doing something that's causing it. Happens. Yeah, Roblox and Minecraft is pretty high. So you're only supposed to get 2 to 3 hours of gameplay anyways. Max. What laptop do you have? What's it called? What's the like the actual name? Lenovo what? Yeah, they're having issues with the Switch. Well, 15. And 16. There it is. Block 15. Two. Yeah, you're getting the lifespan out of it for the battery. 2 hours is what it's saying. 2 to 5 hours, depending on what you're doing. And they're saying majority of people see around 2.5 to 3 hours. So sounds like it's just fine. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If you want to get some decent refresh rate and play some games, it's kind of all you get. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can upgrade the battery too. Get a bigger battery for it. Just costs extra, unfortunately. Video editing is very CPU intensive, and then also GPU. So seeing 2 to 3 hours is generally what you get. That's what it's rated for. That is what they're rated for. That's what it says. So he's seeing exactly what it's rated for. So nothing wrong with that. How's it going, chosen one? I get 100% out of batteries because I go through the proper break and press and make sure they stay at proper levels for. I mean, yeah, he's getting 100% of what it's supposed to be doing. So breaking is technically for older batteries. For the newer batteries, they don't really care about breaking. It's got Intel Arc A 750 for $100. Nice. I was thinking I'd pair it with the 6th gen i7 6700 and see what happens. I think you'll be all right with that for a cheaper system. Yeah. Yeah, you're not supposed to run, but it's not a big deal with the newer batteries. It's not as big a deal as what people think nowadays for batteries. Yeah, I think you're gonna be doing all right with the build. Cheaper build for light gaming. Even some light editing would be all right. Very light. Think you'd be doing just fine. Yeah, but everything now is not lipo. That's the thing. Lipo's old school, man. You're talking old school stuff. Old school for most people, most things nowadays too. Battery car batteries are not lipos either. They'd be too heavy for the cars nowadays. Yeah, they do last a long time. The gel batteries do last a long time. Just they gotta be set up right and taken care of. Lithium ion, you can drain them right down to nothing. Recharge them back up. Fast charging, trickle charge, don't matter. Gels you can't. You gotta trickle charge lipos. Continue to want lithium ion. But again, depending on the use, how hot they get, and all that, I mean, you'd have to have a pretty good spot. If it's just sitting, you shouldn't have to charge it. You should just have it charged and it'll be fine. But you don't have to trickle charge every battery. Gels, you do. You can't fast charge gels. Yeah, if you just connect it, yeah. Or have like a cutoff switch on. I'm pretty sure a lot of these cars with batteries have a cutoff anyways. Turn it off, it cuts the power. At least to the main batteries, right? Yep. And I'm pretty sure with the newer like battery powered cars, they have cutoff switches. So to the main batteries, they actually get cut off. But then there's the secondary batteries for when the power is actually off. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Born. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Wouldn't it be nice if we could pay? Sounds like a good job there, Born. Sounds like a pretty good job. Yeah, definitely. It would be. I hear ya. Yeah, definitely is. I wish I can get some old CPU and GPU boxes that are fully original. There is a 4770K in original box, like in the factory seals. I would like to get, but it's the 4770K is like $250. It's a little much. I mean, it's a little much, but I mean, if I get a factory sealed like that, I would never open it. It'd just be a collector item for me. But there is one around. I would like to get it, but it's just too much. It's very, very unfortunate, but I do like my collecting my original hardware, especially if it's factory sealed. If it's factory sealed, I'll probably never open it. Just some of the stuff, like the way that they have it, the designs and all that on the old GPU boxes now are amazing. Dude, you were there on my one live stream when I went over all those old GPU boxes, right? Man, they had some cool designs on them, some really weird designs on them, but they look so cool in my opinion. I'd love to be able to get some in like really good shape or factory sealed. That'd be awesome. Really good shape would be nice because if I got the box really nice shape with the actual GPU in it, then what would be awesome is I can, have that actual original box and then use a GPU. If it's factory sealed, I would never open it. Just never open it. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, the deals that you got were amazing. Amazing deals. Hopefully, everyone here for Amazon Prime Day, hopefully you guys got good deals. If you got anything, if you did, comment in the comment section with what you got for a good deal. Does not matter if it's PC hardware or not. Be awesome just to know. Discord going nuts. Towards the bot. I mean, if you're not even using your credit card, if you're not even using your credit card, I mean, I don't think you got all the deals you could. You could have got way better deal or way more deals if you used your credit card. Give you a refund. Yup. Wouldn't it be nice if uh yeah. They're not stripping the stuff for sending it back. You know, you're just supposed to put enough rice and paper inside of it and then ship it back so that way it has the appropriate weight. Hey, there's nothing fully cooked. What are you mad about? What? Got the PC kitty. The PC heartbreaking. You say hi? You say hi? Mom? Why not? Yeah, exactly. The deals you got, basically, right? Basically, yeah. What? You gonna say hi? No. All right. What you doing? Shake so all your hair goes everywhere. Don't get caught in the. Thank you. Hi. Yes, hi. You bought a TV and got one free? Where are you getting the TV for free from? Buy one get one free. Sounds like a McDonald's or Burger King kind of deal. Buy one get one free. No, definitely not. I would have been like, dang, thank you. Thank you. Two for one. All right. Two for one. All right. Yeah, it's nice. Nice a year to your brother too. All right. It's good to keep it in. That'd be nice. I hear you on that. Hopefully you do. Hopefully you do, man. Make that dough. Moolah moolah. Moolah moolah. Yeah. Give it a peel. Yeah, a lot of people like their aesthetics, right? Again, I care about performance, but if it has both, bonus. Bonus. I mean, a lot of people do like their aesthetics. Yep. Yeah, it's true. Very hard to do with old phone. I mean, what you could do is take a picture, put it on your main computer, and then just do overlays. If you know how to do that, just the same picture, and like you make the next picture, like another picture on top of that with opaque, like make it opaque, a bit opaque, and add more pictures, give it more contrast, makes things look better. Just a little bit of photo editing. Still same picture, just crisper, clear, even on older stuff. It's not very tedious. It's just same picture over and over on the same thing. It's not that bad. It's simple editing, very simple. What's tedious is when I have to do edit the 12-hour long videos. Yeah, I hear you there. That's why I generally do simplified editing. Very simplified. Yeah. There's no RAM at Newegg or Amazon. No, tickles your pickle is a good thing to say. If it tickles your pickle, that's good. If it doesn't tickle your pickle, that's bad. God, Zap, get it right. It is disappointing, though. Very disappointing, man. Very disappointing. For a 12-hour video, like for my long recordings, a long time. I did on a 5-minute video, it took me like 6 hours to get all the stuff I wanted. No, on a 3-minute video, it took me 6 hours, sorry. When I was doing my CS2 editing. Just took forever, man. And it's very simple. It's just to get the music, to get all the shots that I wanted out of the 12-hour long stream. It takes a long time. Welcome back, Dirk Joe. You look through the used options as well as the 20% off the used price. I mean, yeah. It does change daily. It changes hourly, buddy. Hourly. There could be deals that you've never even seen because they've already been bought up within the last time you checked it, within a few hours. That's how I got my 1300K for $200 brand new sealed in box. Something that would normally cost me over 600. It was gone like within 30 minutes. All 6 of them. Yep, some deals just go so fast, it's absolutely insane. Should have spent $80 cheaper. Yeah, I hear you on that. Trying to install an AI in your computer system, what processor is best to use? More cores. Where has more cores? But for AI, it's generally more cores, more RAM, more VRAM. Also, for the same price, RTX 3070 8GB VRAM or 6750 XT 12GB VRAM, are you doing 1080p 1440 or 4K? Are you doing esports, AAA titles, or what? 3070 Ti 8GB performs just like a 5060 Ti. And ray tracing, no, of course, but native, yes. Fairly close to a 5070 too. A 6750 XT, I've had the 6700. 6750 XT is not much more performance. It's a decent card though. Works good for 1440p. I wouldn't use it for 4K. 37 Ti works good for 1080p and light 1440p. Also, what CPU you pairing it up with? You could do a better job advertising half the stuff you see. True. Start posting on forums so people can see I've seen the deals in that. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, where's Hart? He would tell you all about what he does. He does the same thing. He tries to find the best deals. He still can't find a GPU with GDDR6X memory for a decent price. They're way overpriced, and I get it. GDDR6X memory is amazing on graphics cards. Does not matter which one you get with it. Very small channels. I gotcha. They call my channel a small channel? God, it's average, okay? So 9950X3 would be good for AI-related tests? Yes, correct. It's just really expensive compared to, let's say, like a 14900K or a 14700K. It still has a lot of room to grow. Don't worry. It's just cold, okay? Still new. It's a grower, not a shower. Yeah, 4600K for that. Yes, 69. Nice. Yeah, no, it's a really good deal for that 14600K. Plus one terabyte free NVMe. Once. Yeah, then a 9800X 3D, yes. But versus a 9950X 3D, it'd probably be, I would say 9950X 3D 100%. It's just got a lot more beef. It's got more beef. It's a monster. Let's just say that. The 9950X 3D is a monster CPU. You also need a way heftier cooling system for a 9950X 3D versus 14600K. Yep, 169 with 1 terabyte free NVMe drive. Very good deal. It's a good deal for the 14600K you got. Yeah, but the 265K is also a 20-core CPU. Matter of, yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely good. Agreed, man. Agreed. It's recommended, yeah, to use a 360 AO, a decent one. It is recommended to use water cooling, not air cooling. It's a competition. don't want this to look on Amazon at these prices as well. See, yeah. $100, it's not bad. At 50% value, yeah. 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 It's pretty good. Not sure if he got it on Amazon or not. I know they have deals on Amazon Newegg around the same price, kind of same deals. I was another day, but I'm pretty sure it's still around the same. Yeah, it's around the same price still. Not not the same price, but around it. Yeah, at least a Gen 4. Yeah. And Gen 3 is still fine. It's just, yeah, Gen 4 is even faster load up times. Load up times for operating system and for games. That's the main thing about it. Yeah. And for games, there are certain games that like faster speeds of NVMe. I mean, it's not crazy noticeable. Not like it's gonna give you extra frames. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, exactly. That's what a lot of people don't want to see. So having a faster NVMe will help that. It might be like a little bit of a stutter, but it won't be a stop, waiting, waiting. Oh, let you go. Put away. Yeah, it depends on the game. Yeah. For 159 for a 2 TB Gen 5? Dang, son. You got to remember though, if it's not like the new Gen 5 and NVMe's, they get hot, and then after like a minute or two, you use the hard usage onto it, they slow way down, way down. So yeah, make sure you have proper cooling in your PC. Yeah, goodbye. They stay nice and cool too. I don't run mine with a heatsink on it. I don't not run mine with a heatsink on it. It runs cooler without a heatsink. For max use for long periods of time, it runs cooler without a heatsink on it. Oh yeah, definitely. For around $100 is an insane price for 2 TB. I mean, for that kind of price too, man, it's a wild price. Really good price for 2 TB. Like you cannot go wrong for 2 TB for that. Did you get the Lian Lee case? Did you get that Lian Lee case I think you were talking about? It'll cost me $20 here and 20. It's probably like an extra 200 in the next bill, but I don't know something yet. Nah, and you're saving a lot more money than you would have on the other setup. Oh, yeah, they only 207. Yeah. Evo. Yeah, the Evo. Yeah. And from less than 90, yeah, it'd be a crazy good buy. Even 113 is not bad. I think it's really a good deal for 113 US as well. Yep, 1 terabyte for 66, not bad. I mean, 4 terabyte for 234s you can buy it. Can't find that here, that's for sure. Definitely can't. Wow. If there's no testing done on it, usually there's testing done on it. There's only 3 intake. Yeah, like my heavy cases. Really? Oh, wow. The cases I usually buy have like this extremely heavy duty foam around it. Yeah. As long as you have lots of intake, that's the main thing. Some people are picky about their cases. That's what you want. You want positive pressure. More intake, the better. Yeah, very true, more. Yeah. Amen to that. Logic AO is intake. Intake. You want your AO to be intake. The air coming in from the AIO shouldn't be that hot going through. Having your AIO being hotter than what it is with just a CPU is not good for longevity of the AIO. Mm-hmm. And your CPU shouldn't be getting crazy hot anyways. And as long as you have enough airflow through the case and lots of intake, your GPU should be fine too. Already, electrical component. The AIOs do not like to be ran hot. CPUs get hot, so having fresh air going through the actual radiator on the AIO is more beneficial, because it'll make the actual AIO last longer. Well, I don't have that kind of issue for 10 degree hotter. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Have you checked the actual water temps of the AIO though? 45 degrees Celsius water temp doesn't sound like much, but it is. Then you add on the extra heat from the GPU, RAM, motherboard. Like the VRMs chokes going through it. It's not good. Cool it up over 55, maybe even higher. I can do a test. I can do a test and show you the temps and stuff. Yeah. For 14600K, 13600K, 12600K, no, they don't get very hot. I have shown testing with my 12600K overclocked to 5 gigahertz. It literally only hits 45 degrees Celsius while gaming. 45. Makes super simply accurate on that. In calculation, it's you go off of what the AI was rated for and the CPU output. $50. I mean, it's not bad. And 14600K, you can go cheaper probably. It's just if you want longevity of your CPU, you definitely want to cool it better, right? So spend a little extra on the cooling to make sure your CPU runs cooler is better. It's guaranteed it's going to be it'll last and it's not going to have any kind of issues. Thermal throttle too, especially if it gets hot. Pretty cheap. Yeah, Cooler Master's been around for so long too. So long. They're making some pretty good stuff for a long time for a decent price. Yeah, you're saying it was a 2-week shipping time. I mean, if you have that time to wait for, yeah, acceptable is generally just the box. Use like new, you get like brand new, basically brand new box, brand new hardware. Acceptable is just generally the box is not that great. Don't tell other people though. They might start asking me questions. And That's one way to do it. Yeah, she's back. Yeah, yeah. And what's the verdict? Any more news? What you got? Yep, it's good to record everything. You know it. Well, oh, rough. Hopefully everything's good in the hood. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's a lot of dogs, so they don't know what's going on. Dogs that we always had grew up hunting with us, so they're used to the bit bangs and all that. 90 bucks, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. And dual GPU motherboards. You can technically use dual GPUs on even a 16 lane on the first and 8 on the second. It's all right. You're not utilizing both cores at the same time. Is there really an F rating on it? That's brutal. Oh, yeah, she probably would get pretty freaked out. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Even it doesn't matter what brand, there's always gonna be one that's gonna be a bit lower rating. You can technically use dual GPUs. You can even use NVIDIA or AMD or even Intel, AMD, whatever. So you can only do two. But yeah, dual GPUs are a thing still. It's just it's for certain things that you want to do, certain applications. Yeah, definitely look for the supernovas though. Supernovas are highly rated. They're good. Yeah, see Sonic, see Sonic. I see you, Sonic. Yeah, EVGA. I like EVGA power supplies, especially the Supernovas. I do like them. They're trusted. Corsair makes some decent ones too. Look for the RM models. Those are better. Yep. I like the Corsair because you can technically overclock them. You can overclock the fan on them. You can change the fan speed on them to the Corsair software, which I kind of like. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for $100 for 750, it's not bad. And I remember a time when power supplies used to be cheap even for good ones. Yeah, you do. And that's as all because they use good components out of them too, right? Yes, everything has, and will continue to rise by the end of this year into early next year. Unfortunately. So I checked my power supply, so I took a deep dive. Yep. Again, I've only looked at a bunch over the past, about it's been a few months now since I've gone over a bunch of stuff. But I have my recommended ones I like to give people. Are they more expensive? Yes, but guess what? I recommend certain things for a reason. Yeah, prices are going to go up all the way till early next year. Continue to rise and or stay at what they're at now. More or less, things are going to rise in prices. Exactly. Buy ones, cry ones. Yep. It's a good thing to do, though. Yeah, the 750 watts and up are more expensive. Again, for certain brands, too, above 750 watts could be way more expensive due to the fact that they're using way better hardware inside. Way better. They have way better capacitors, way better OCP, overcurrent protection. Like, they're just way better. And that's why they get the A rating. Not an incredible amount. Oh, idle, quite a bit more idle. They like 45, 55 watts idle for 9950X3D, 9000X3D should be around 35 to 40 watts idle. They're pretty high idle. Under load, because it varies. Yeah, so the 9950X3D, it's saying it's 170 watts. From what I've seen for under load in games is around 180 to 190 watts. Because it does have a maximum of 230 watt, but it's a rate around 180 to 190 watts generally in games. And then the 9900, 9800 X3D, they're saying it's 120, but what I've seen is around 140, 150 watts during games. So. That's one meg for 107. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I hear you on that for your own build. Yeah, 100%. That's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good deal, dog. Yeah, they use the AMD uses a lot of watts at idle for some reason, and yeah, the 9950 X3D does use quite a bit more watts at idle than the 9800 X3D. He says it's an extra 150 watt, extra $150. You didn't say it's 100. You said it was 150. To make sure you get a really good AIO for it. Yeah, $20 here and there. Yeah. Yeah, he says he's gonna be doing it for some productivity AI. I think is what he's saying. Plus tax, yeah. Yeah, remember, like it's gonna cost you more because it's gonna be a lot hotter. Yeah, realize it's gonna use more power. Gotta make sure you have a power supply for it. Power supply will cost you more. It's a good CPU. It's a monster CPU. 9950 X3D is an absolute monster. I cannot say it's not. It's just not for everybody. I mean, if you got the money for it, you got the money to cool it, you got the money for the power supply, then yeah, it's good. All right, perfect. Yeah, the RJ 360 should be able to do it. Does it have, does it actually work for the AM5 platform though? Does it have the actual hardware to work with AM5? So the AM5 layout. So does the actual cooler fit the motherboard, the socket, AM5 socket? Does it fit that? And you should check to see if it has AM5. Says it does. It says it does. Yo, how's it going, Banana? It says it supports AM5. So don't use the air cooler. If you're doing 9000 XJD or 9950X3, don't use air cooler. AMD even recommends it being on some sort of water cooling, either a 360 mil AIO or a custom water loop. Yes, for both. Yeah. AMD, even if you go to the website, even says on the website, yeah, not for the 9000 XD, 9900 X3D, the 9800, the 9900X, the 9950, not even just the 3Ds. They recommend it for all their higher end CPUs. And put an air cooler on the block of a liquid cooler and have both. Wow, man. I don't think so. I mean, you technically could, but it would be very good. Probably not. I just don't think it would be. It just wouldn't be. It wouldn't work that way. Air coolers need to have a certain temperature on the actual surface to make them actually even work. So no, guys, stop. This does not need to go any further. That's not how it works. I mean, yeah, LN2. I mean, LN2. Yeah, that would work. But not really, because you would freeze it up, and then yeah, it wouldn't work. It'd work, but not work. In a way, it would work because you could just freeze the whole thing, and eventually it'll get cold enough to where it actually cools it. It would look awesome, he says. It would look awesome. But they don't perform. They don't. Have you not seen the people that did the air cooler, water cooler mix? They don't perform. Not how it works. Somebody has tried it. Have you not seen the videos? And lots of LEDs. Guys. OLEDs even. You're still talking about the monitor. Hey, who was it? Water cooled air cooler. Yeah, LTT did it. Minus Tech Tips already did it. He did it a while ago. 4 years ago. No, stop. There's physics involved, okay? It does not work that way. I even knew it wasn't going to work when they tried it out, and it does not work. It's not how it works. Like I said, they're probably dumb. You ain't wrong there. And we need Dan to get busy. No, what I would like to try is that dual air cooler, one on the CPU, one on the backside. But I need to get thermal pads. I had thermal pads for because I used to do it a certain way, so that way it actually cools the actual back of the actual CPU more. But I would like to do that again, just do it differently. Physics ain't what they used to be. I'm done with you guys. I'm literally getting to be done with you guys. I'm breaking my mind. Have you seen the old school dual and triple refrigeration compressor setup? Yeah. You got single stage phase change, dual stage, and triple stage phase change. I've already figured out a way because again, I do this kind of stuff and have done this stuff for high-end companies, commercial use, and all that. Ways to make them more efficient. You'll see a lot of them, and I can point out all the errors that they did and what they could have done better. And there's also newer fluids that they like compressible minerals that they actually have nowadays that can technically go colder. No, you wouldn't be able to do it. You'd freeze up the air cooler. Yeah, boom is right. It would literally blow up the air cooler because you can literally put them down to negative 160. They go cold. Like they're getting close to a point. They're close to liquid nitrogen temperatures. It would literally blow up the air cooler. That's why when I'm doing like my benchmarking on my GPUs and that, I gotta watch the temperatures, especially when I'm like, outside or making the air cooled GPUs. I watch the temperature to make sure I'm not going too low. If you go too low of a temperature while, using a vapor chamber style cooler, like GPU air coolers and that, you'll literally blow them up. Or you can literally freeze the actual fluid on the inside and it will never work properly again. Because the EK monoblock that has this exact mount backplate for it that screws on. It's a really thick aluminum as well. If I actually put a thermal pad and a few extra thermal pads into the actual backside socket and put it on, it drops the temperature just a little bit, a few degrees. But I mean, it's noticeable. And if I did that and then put like an air cooler to it, it would actually wick away the heat from that side too, which technically would cool it down more. I do generally put a fan though on when I'm doing the overclocking on it and get a bit higher overclock, all core overclock on it. Yeah, it does work putting the fan on. I usually use a high powered fan though. If it's a vacuum, there's nothing to freeze up. There's fluids. There's a fluid. Either they use some companies use water, some companies use other fluids that have that can actually like evaporate and then go back into a water form after it gets cooled off by the actual heat sink. I'm actually thinking about mounting PSU backwards so that it will suck air from the back of the motherboard. What Dan thinking? Y'all better get ready. Yeah, and air cooler heat pipes. Yes, even though like they will put it under light vacuum so that way they can suck out as much air as possible. So that way when there's expansion and all that, they don't blow up. and technically makes them a little bit more efficient. They use distilled water and other mineral oil that vaporizes, and then like at a certain temperature vaporizes. That's why some coolers they work better when there's a beefier CPU, because they're using a certain mineral that vaporizes at a certain temperature. Even though the temperature might be really high, it can handle a lot of actual wattage CPUs, because after it hits the actual heat pipes, the fins, it liquefies basically, then it goes back down and continuously does that. Mineral oil is better because it's not going to, just in case it was to leak. Yep, very true. But there are companies that use distilled water. And that's all you need, technically. Go. Now the science, yeah. But yeah, if you were talking about like the single stage, dual stage, and triple stage phase change, they get very cold, and they use a compressible mineral. There are a whole bunch of various minerals that are compressible that work really good in those machines. But you can't hook them up to an air cooler. They have to be into a specially designed chamber. You can buy them from companies too, just the head of it for a CPU or even GPU, and hook it up to your own homemade phase change machine. How's it going, Mo? It's probably such a small amount of water. It is just a small amount of water. It's not a crazy amount. 940 for my 3080 and 1080 Ti. You're selling both now? I mean, have fun. Or I can just use an AIO. Yeah, just use an AIO. That's why most people use AIOs, because they're simplified. And you get them for a fairly decent price nowadays. Is that what you're getting for? I mean, that's good. I think he was thinking about a 3090. It's retoppo. They're not comparable. You were saying you wanted a 3090 though. Don't correct me. Like, I remember most things compared to what the person that told me of. Yeah, I even told you the right price that you want to be looking for them. I think it would beat both of those subs with, I mean, in a way. Not for certain tasks, though. Me, 3090. But I only use it once in a while. Yeah, I would like to do a 3090 for overclocking. I'd want a certain model 3090. Guess what? They don't have the 5070 Ti's in the models that I want. Ooh. Bam. How about LLM or Llama? I won't say AI, though. You got that right, Joe. You got that right, Joe. They don't have a 5070 Ti EVGA model, but they have the EVGA 3090 model. That's why I want a 3090. It'd have to be a specific model. 4-to-Win 3 3090 by EVGA. No, comparable coolers is not the same thing as EVGA. The cooler is not the main aspect of the actual GPU. It's the motherboard, the layout, the VRMs, the capacitors. It's everything that who cares about the cooler? I'll be freezing it. I'll be chilling it. I'll be making sure I can get records with it. I don't care about the cooler. I'll take it apart and literally use something to chill it. I'll hook it up to my custom water loop. I don't care about no freaking coolers. Dang right it was, man. Joe, it was. Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'm on the 3070 Ti still and happy with it for what I do. Happy. Happy. It does more than enough frames for, I mean, more than enough frames for everything I do. I have a pretty high refresh rate monitor too, and it's still amazing. Chilling to the max. You missed a previous conversation. Yeah, you did. We don't need no stinking cooler. You got that right. We don't. I don't care about it. You see, I'll literally I'll take the cooler off. I'll lap the actual silicon. I'll lap the actual core. I'll modify it. No power limit mod. And I'll be trying to get records with it. And that's it. That's the only time I would use it. I would put it back in the box until I wanted to use it again for overclocking. I wouldn't use it in my daily system. It's too much power, too much heat for no reason. My 3070 Ti works just fine. And 5080 for a really good price. I mean, if I could find a 5080 for a really good price, I would put a 5080 in my system. I would, but I can't find them at a good price at all. Can you tell from, what do you mean? What do you mean it's trouble for some people? I mean, if you technically could, though. I mean, what kind of GPU are you looking for? I mean, what are you trying to do, Joe? Or Mo? Joe? Mo? Yeah, say. Was a really good price for these days? Yeah, I mean, very true on that. It's hard to say. If last few around, it might be like $900. That's what I'm thinking. 5070 Ti? I don't know. Yeah, I would say. Your 3080 is more than powerful enough. It still doesn't match a 3090. And 3090 Ti is not much more powerful than a 3090. 3090 Ti is not much more powerful than 3090. Trauma? What? What is a really good price for a 5080? I mean, I want to buy a used, so I would say like, for me, $1,000. Canadian, not US, Canadian. And I don't even have the money for that kind of price, but I mean, $1,000 wouldn't be half bad. Because it could have been so much more. The 3080 Ti could have been so much more. It's just they marketed their crap out of the cards, and yeah. 820-ish, I would say, around there. Oh. $730. Sorry, $730. So $730. I think about $34. No, US isn't that much more. It is a lot though. No, they won't be the same. They won't be the same MSRP price. Again, supers are generally $100 more. But yeah, should knock prices down, especially around the time of when the supers come out. Around that time, prices should be a bit lower anyways, due to the fact we are going into the holidays. I can't wait for the Micro Center in Phoenix. I can make my 3080. No, you can't. I mean, it'll be closer to it. You won't be able to match it though. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Yes, they'll hag around that $1,400 mark for a while. They will. Yep. Yeah, that's what I think. I think they're going to be around, and they're still not going to be cheap. Like I said, prices won't change much by the end of this year till the early next year, and prices of other components will go up by the end of this year, early next year. Yes, they did. Marketing. That's why marketing people got paid a lot of money. Look at AMD now. We called it. We called it when Intel was having problems. Hopefully, AMD doesn't get a big head from this. What do you know? The price of the CPUs went up a huge amount. The GPU prices also went up somehow, where it made their price to performance not good. Literally on par with NVIDIA or worse than Intel. So AMD needs to change prices. The amount of actual 9000 series CPUs dying right now is absolutely wild. And it's due to a fault by AMD. ASRock went out and said some things about their motherboards that caused some issues, but it wasn't just ASRock motherboards. Just there's a lot of people buying ASRock motherboards for them. So a lot more showed up that way. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like MSRP too. MSRP is not MSRP. Price demand. The 9000 series CPUs, somehow they're automatically putting themselves to a PBO state and just dying on people. Some people are on their third CPU, the same CPU. But I guess you can just RMA it. That's shocking. You did get an MSRP. So true, Boar. So true. Yeah, he'll be good for a while. Now replacing RMA, the 9000 AMD AM5 9000 series CPUs, 9800X3, 9950X3, 9950X, 9900X3D, like all the 9000 series CPUs people are having issues with. And there's a lot of people are not talking about it because they want to be sponsored by AMD. Yeah. Some people are literally on their third CPU because they died on them. Some people after a week, some people 2 days afterwards, some people a month afterwards, but they're on a second CPU. Some people are on the fourth CPU. Fourth. You're on their fourth CPU. But no one wants to talk about it. So I'm trying not to talk about it because people don't want to talk about it, apparently. Again, that's why there's RMA. Just make sure when you're installing it, you don't put any scratches on it or else they can void your warranty. So as long as you put it together all nicely, you're fine. Yeah, this happened months ago. This came out months ago, and I've been keeping up to date with it. At first, it was only about 200 CPUs. Now we're up over 700 CPUs, and who knows how many people have not actually commented onto it and talked about all their issues with them. And like I said, 700 people have said their CPUs are dead, and then they've had a second one, a third one, and some people are on their fourth one. I would love a 9950X3D. I would love it. I would love to. But I mean, I just don't have that kind of money. Exactly. And people are still talking about them, but no one talks about AMDs. Because if you talk about AMDs, AMD fanboys come around. Big YouTubers don't because they want to be sponsored by AMD. AMD sponsors more than Intel. Because again, Intel makes a lot of money off of not just consumer stuff. AMD makes way more money off of their consumer stuff. As AMD is a small company compared to Intel and NVIDIA. AMD's tiny, super small company. I mean, I had to get all of them. I've had many different Intel CPUs. I've used AMD. I've worked on people's AMD CPUs, especially the 9950X3D. It's a great CPU. It's a monster. Yeah, the 13th and 14th gen, the Raptor Lake it is extremely reliable now. Again, I'm still on it. I'm on an overclocked, lower voltage than what it needs. And I'm very happy with it. It's overclocked, stays fairly cool. I would like a 14600K, 13600K, 13700K, 14700K, 13900K, 13900. I have a 13900K, 14900K, 14900KS, 14900KF. I want all of them so that way I can get records on each of them because each of those CPUs are technically different. Yes, some of the 24 core, 20 and 14 and 12, going back. I've had the 12900K. I have the 12600K. I have a really good 12600K. I've had the 13900KF. That was pretty good. My 13900K is pretty good. I would like, other CPUs though for LGA 1700. Yeah, 12600K stayed very, very cool. Works pretty good. And the one I have overclocks like a monster. It is good. So I'm going for a world record with it. A 10 core CPU world record with it because it is a really good CPU. You should build another one soon. All right, sounds good, board. You're on a Mac? Get out of here. Throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash where it belongs. It's e-waste. Nothing but e-waste. Freaking Mac user. If Hart was here, he would agree with you. He likes the Mac. But I would also say the same thing. Throw it in the trash where it belongs. Throw it in a cave, a deep, dark cave. Never look at it again. And some Mac stuff is just fine. It's just, I don't like Mac. It's proprietary. It's crap. I can't do anything with it. It's crap. I don't know. How is the market around where you are? Are they buying more PCs than just single parts, or depends on the market around your area? Oh my God. It works with my iPhone. Next thing you were saying, it works with my Apple Watch. This channel is not for you. CPU? They buy everything? I mean, the market's good for everything, then see what one is better. And my iPad. Hi, cutie pie. Hi. And my AirPod Pros. Oh my God. And my Apple TV. Get out of here. Get out of here. You don't belong here, boy. What do you want? No. Don't give me that. Don't give me the knives. And his Apple speakers, yeah. Oh my God. Now you're just making shit up. Okay, I don't want to know. No. 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 Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I will put you in a timeout if you continue on talking about this Mac or Apple. I will put you in a timeout. Don't you wow me. No, I'm not even searching it up because it's probably true and it's probably overpriced and it's probably a piece of crap. I don't care. 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 No more. It's all of the above. Yeah, probably. For brand AGT, yeah. Yeah, it might be, yeah, no, Yo, just because it's gold does not mean it's good. Gold does not mean good. Gold does not mean good. No, it does not. My son has a MacBook Air for school. Yeah, well, guess what? If I was beside your son right now, I'd smack him in the face. Not unless the school paid for it. If the school paid for it, perfect. Or did you pay for it? Did you pay for it, Joe? Did you pay for it? I'm waiting, Joe. Did you pay for it? Or did he pay for it? If the school paid for it, good. Oh, you're stupid. I was going to call him stupid, but apparently you're stupid. Yeah. You're both stupid. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. You are both stupid. Perfect. I'm glad we got that figured out. Son's stupid for wanting it. You're stupid for getting it. You two should get your IQ checked out. What? Oh, you poor thing. It's a 3. It looks like it. It seems like it is. Sounds like it is. I think his might be a 2. I know, actually, his is a 4 because he made you pay for it. On a good day. Okay, I'll say this. I don't like Macs because, again, they're proprietary. It's proprietary. They have good CPUs in them. Like, they are good. They're good. They're very efficient, but that's it. They're just efficient for what they have. And what is put into them for, like, editing and certain stuff for that is it's good. It's good. It's just, I don't know, it's proprietary. I don't like how I can't overclock. I don't like that. That's why I don't like Apple. I don't like Mac. I'm playing the guitar. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing, my little purr monsters? I know you're screaming at me. I don't know what you want. Oh, she's so happy. Cute guitar. No, I want to play kitty guitar. Cute guitar. You have lots of water. You're not getting more FOOD. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Oh, baby. Oh, won't you save me? If anyone's new to the channel, welcome. If you have any questions about PC hardware and overclocking, please let me know. Ooh, the Team Cup is coming up. Team Cup 2025 for overclocking is coming up. Ooh, I got a few CPUs and GPUs I can use for it. I would like some AMD GPUs and CPUs, though. I just don't have any for it. I don't. Oh, wait, no. I think I do have one AMD GPU, 5450. I think that's part of the competition. July 15th is when the competition starts, and I hope it's good. I've already gone through a bunch of the stuff that's required for it. I can't find any other PC hardware stuff to go over right now. So again, if anyone has any questions, please let me know. I'll be back in like 1 minute. It's like a 3 on the Liquid Freezer 2. It should have support as well as the Liquid Freezer 3 for AM5. If it does not, you can actually send them a email or whatnot, talk to support, and they'll actually mail you one, I believe. They're pretty good for that. But yeah, the Liquid Freezer 2 should have support for AM5 as well. It should. Yep. I mean, which one? Like, price to performance, frames per dollar, 14600K is the top. 13600K is also good. 14700K is good. 1400K, you're gonna need a good cooler though. Next. What do you mean upper tier? Like down 5080, 5090? There's no AMD GPU right now that's upper tier. Down 5080, 5090, because 5090, you would need a 14900K to make sure you didn't bottleneck it in any way. Yeah, at 1080p. At 4K though, you don't need that kind of CPU. It would help give a little extra frames. Yeah, like you're gonna need a high-end CPU. So 14900K, 13900K, 14700K with a 5080 would be right. I mean, 14600K would technically work for a 5080 at 4K. At 1080, no. No, you definitely should not. If you're ultimately going to run, yeah, if you're ultimately going to run a 5090, 14900K, or you would need like a 9950X 3D. 14900K, you can get cheaper. Motherboards are a little bit cheaper too for same tier motherboard. Yes. More cores out. Mandy on our next 3D will bottleneck the 5090. There are a few games that will work just fine, but 90 on our next 3D does bottleneck the 5090. I know the 14600K is a good CPU. So, yeah, why have recommended the 13600K and 14600K? No, 14600K, if you spend the money on a 5090, you're not going to use a 14600K. You want to make sure you're getting the maximum amount of performance for the GPU and for whatever game you're doing at 4K or 1440p, high settings and all that. So you're going to want a higher end CPU. Because even though you're not, okay, let's say you're not bottlenecking the GPU at 4K with like a 14600K, you're still leaving a lot of frames on the field. Just because it's still, the GPU is being utilized fully and the game is going to be using at that resolution at 4K, at that resolution, the frames are there. You're still losing frames due to the fact it's a 14600K. And you're not listening? You're still leaving frames on the table, as in you're not getting the frames done. I mean, that's you, but again, you're still going to bottleneck the 5090. Yes. Yes, because you're going to have the cores for it. You're going to have the actual performance per core for it versus 9000X 3D. And you won't bottleneck the GPU at any resolution. Yes, it's a very expensive system when you're doing that, but that's what you would have to use to make sure you're not bottlenecking the GPU at all. That way you're not losing the frames, or not losing the frames. You're not going to leave frames on the table, what I like to say. If you've checked out my video on the 12600K and my 3070 Ti, I might not be bottlenecking the 30 in CS2, so it's an esport game, high frame rate. With the 12600K and a 3070 Ti, it does about 400, right around 400 frames per second average. Okay, right around 400. At the settings, I use 1080p though. Now, if I use the 3070 Ti, exact same memory speed with a 13900K, I'm at 635 roughly frames per second average. Just over 600 frames per second average with the 13900K. So I am gaining 200 frames per second by going to 13900K. But if I did 12600K, price to performance is technically better. And there's so much that goes involved with what you're trying to do. But if you have the money for a 5090, you're going to want a higher end CPU. That'll make sure it doesn't bottleneck. And then whatever resolution you're going to use it at, you're going to gain those frames that you would technically not be getting with a lower end CPU. Exactly. Everything else should be top of the line. Yeah. Yeah, the newest Intel is fine. It's fine. Technically, the 285K is good. You would have to make sure you get a good kit of RAM. Know that you're going to have to set the actual CPU to its new IPO standard, as in it's overclocked, but it's under warranty, and you have to have 8,000 megatransfers per second RAM. And you can still get good frames. You're not going to get the average high frame rate as a 9950X3D or 9800X3D. 1% lows are pretty good. But with the Core Ultras, there's a little bit of a latency. Still has a really good single core performance on the CPU too. But a lot of people aren't buying them just due to the fact it doesn't give you the average frame rate. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That makes it a $5,000 computer easily. Good GPU. 24 gigs of VRAM. Nothing wrong with it. It's good. If you can find it for a good price. Just here in Canada, I can't find them for a good price. They're expensive. With CPU, I mean, if you're going to do 24 gig 7900 XTX, I would use a 9800X 3D, or for Intel side, I'd probably go minimum. I would actually 14600K. The 5800X 3Ds probably go bottleneck it a little bit in certain applications, unfortunately. Well, yeah, but you're losing frames. Like, you're leaving frames on the table, buddy. I'm just letting you know. Like, I'm not trying to bash what you have. It's just you're literally leaving frames on the table with that CPU and that combo of a GPU. The 5800X3 was good for the time. It does not even compare to a 7000X3D or even a 9000X3D. And I think the 800X3D is pretty expensive still. Yep. That's what I've been trying to tell people. Try to save your money on GPU, CPU. Try to just live with what you got until next year, end of next year, when prices have settled down. And that way, AM6, not AM6 technically, but it's going to be probably AM5. Might not even switch platform to AM6. Zen 6 is what Born's thought, though. Zen 6 with the new Zen 6 CPUs and Intel's new CPUs with. They're probably not going to come out with next year for certain things, but there will be some new Intel CPUs releasing next year anyways. It's going to be way better. Prices should be down a bit too, and you're going to see a huge increase in performance. Way more cores on AMD side, way more cores on Intel side, but way more cores on AMD side with a way higher clock rate for all core and single core performance. It'd be way better. Yep, you're right. Yep, about 6 months away. It's nice to have the old stuff laying around, just in case. Again, they've been having issues with the 9000 series CPUs. Some people are having them dead on arrival, basically, or dead after a couple of days, a couple of weeks, month. Some people are on their fourth CPU now, RMA'd it, and got their on the fourth one now. Like, there's so many issues with the stuff coming out nowadays. It's insane. That's why with all these testings that they're doing for Zen 6 and the Intel CPUs, what they're coming out with the testing that they've done, things are looking way more promising in the future here. Way more promising, way more efficient, way more powerful. The 9000X3D is a pretty good CPU though. Yeah. I mean, right now DDR5 is not bad. DDR5 is technically cheaper than DDR4 right now for some kits, because DDR4 is at the end of its lifespan. So the price of it just keeps going up and up. Wild. Yep, it happened on Asus, MSI. It happened on every motherboard. It was mainly on ASRock because a few YouTubers were saying that ASRock boards are really good boards to be using with the 9000 series because you can get them for a very good price. And that's why the majority of them that you saw were on ASRock boards. AMD itself, even though AMD has not came out with any kind of things themselves, because they won't say anything about it and won't say anything is their fault, because that's AMD for you. AMD CPUs were putting themselves, not motherboards, CPUs were putting themselves in PBO state and frying the CPUs. Yeah, I know what you meant by it. MSI. But yeah, no, it happened on every brand of motherboard. It happened more on ASRock because guess what? More people bought ASRock motherboards because YouTubers were top content creators for PC hardware were recommending the ASRock boards because of the prices. And it was mostly on the Nova boards. Why? Because it was a recommended of the board. That's what a lot of people don't talk about, man. And AMD will not come out and say it was their fault because they do not want to do what Intel did. They do not want it. They'll always blame somebody else or let somebody else take the blame. That's AMD. Not trying to bash them. It's just, it is what it is, man. Again, I'm not sponsored. I'm not looking for sponsors from AMD or Intel or NVIDIA. I'm looking for sponsors from other companies. And that's why I will say my opinions on those brands, because they're big brands. They can take care of themselves. If they're messing up stuff, I'll let you know. Yeah, and it was all price. Yeah, exactly. Price is perfect. Ooh, nice. I mean, I have literally 20-year-old GPUs, 20-year-old CPUs, so I'm the same. I'm a top overclocker in Canada. That's what I do. That's why you'll see all of the hardware. Actually, it isn't even all the hardware. It's just whatever I'm showing right now. The drawers filled up with hardware too, mostly RAM kits. I would like some 690. I don't actually have any GTX 600 series or 900. I have 700s. Actually, no, I do have 600s. 610, just a 610. I generally just use for when I'm doing overclocking on CPUs. Prices, well, not up and up and up, but DDR4, technically, the prices have been going up. And GDDR6 memory for VRAM, so for your GPUs, GDDR6 prices are going up. They stopped doing dual GPU setups. They canceled the dual GPU setups a long time ago with the 30 series. The 3090s, they made it so you can do NVLink, but then cancel it, and you can't do NVLink unless you use a certain BIOS phone. Not BIOS, driver. Only one I can't find around the 9000. I would love to have the box for my 9000. Oh, this is my 9. So I don't have my 9000. This is my 9600 GT by Zotac. Can't get it working, but I might try to get it working again. I'm pretty sure I have to fix a trace on it, which I'll do on the live stream, probably doing the soldering and work to get it working again. I tried it before, couldn't get it working, but I'll try again. I'll try again. Yeah, I hear you, man. Hopefully everything's all right. I did have a 9800 GT though. This is a 9600 GT. This is the 1 gigabyte model. I do have the actual folder for it. I just took it off because I've been trying to get it working. Been a pain. I had it working, but after a few moves and and having certain people handle my stuff, bouncing them around, flip them right up and over, didn't secure this one properly enough. Yep. Yeah, you can use two 2080 Supers. 2080 Super. EVGA Hydro Copper 41 right there. That's right. Yeah, you can do it with NVLink, which is better than SLI. Yep. You do two 2080 Ti's for $10 more, or the single tip. MSI. And this is the EVGA GTX 770 SC. It still has the sticker on it. I got this one. I have a live stream on it. Got this one for $20 and didn't realize it was not working. I had to get it working. So I had to do a bunch of repairs on it. But I got it working, and I got it modified, no power limit onto it. Next step is to do voltage core mod. So if you set up 2080 Super and a dual GPU setup, what would that come to be, like a 4070? No. It depends on the application you're doing. Like if you just talk about gaming, yeah, probably around a 4070. It does. If you've not seen all the new stuff, like the 50 series and the 9000 series from AMD for GPUs, they have incredible overclocking potential. Without or with power, no power limit mod. Yeah, this is a 2 gigabyte card. I mean, I've showed it in tests too. It still works just fine for some games. No. Doing dual setup isn't for anything nowadays. Why there's the power of these cards nowadays are, if you bought two of these 2080 Supers that I have, they're like really expensive. You can get a single card that does better. I mean, just because the 12-volt high power connector, but it's rare case. There's only 2 known cases of it. 2 known cases, and that's mostly user error. And a lot of it comes from power supply. A lot of people don't realize the power supply, if the power supply is hot at that end, delivering the power, that's going to correlate to the GPU getting that kind of bad power. And then those wires would heat up. And then each single wire that's not properly connected or connected properly, will just put more power to that connector to try to keep up with it, to even things out. But that's it. It's user error, power supplies. The actual GPUs themselves, I mean, have you not seen the people with the 1,000-watt BIOS doing around 1,000 watts on a 12-volt high power connector? 0 issues. 0 issues. It's user error, man. I'm sorry. I cannot say it's NVIDIA. It's user error. It's the not so smart people. It's the people using old power supplies. It's people that have plugged in and plugged out the power supply and or are using old bad cables. And yeah, and there's so many things that go involved with it as in user error. I mean, you technically can do dual GPU setups. It's just you're not going to get that kind of performance. You're only going to be able to utilize the VRAM or the actual RAM out of it. That's all. Man, dual 59 would be a really expensive system. MSI versus the ASRock, same price. For what board? ASRock, I mean, you get the OCF model. ASRock is going to crush MSI. Although the Unify X is pretty good. If those are the same price, that's a toss-up. I would probably still go with the OCF for the new CPUs for Intel. But Unify X was a really good board. Yeah, a lot of 1,000-watt power supplies. I do PCI ports for just 3 GPUs. No. You should use, so each connector in your new GPUs. Now, we're not talking about this bad boy. We're talking about in your new GPU. Let's say this is 8-pin, another one's an 8-pin. It's for each rail. There's 2 different rails for that, and one rail can go in this connector, and this one can go in this connector. That'll make it so the power supply could be on 2 different rails, and things will be a lot cooler, and the actual power going to the GPU will be a lot better. I would definitely set it up. I've talked to a few people now about building systems. They're just trying to save up some money before they come back to me. And I would optimize the voltages for you. Make sure the voltages are perfect so that it's 100% stable and a lot cooler, and gonna make sure everything lasts longer. Oh, so there's PCI 5.1, there's 2 of those, and PCI 3.1, there's 2 of those. That just means they're newer gen. Right? There's 2. Really even has USB ports for like charging? Or is that for like, oh, sorry, Gabby. Or is that for like your monitor that you have inside? ASRock motherboards there's nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with any motherboard, technically. Just some of them give more voltage to CPUs than others, which is not good. But that's when you should know about what you're buying and what voltage should do. The GPUs are monitoring current across 612. No doubt, because they not just people not know how they're laid out. Again, I don't care what Gamers Nexus and everyone else has said about it. Have you not seen there's overclocker? I'm an overclocker. I know this stuff. I don't care about these YouTubers making up these stupid false accusations. It's approved by FAA. It's approved by a government regulation. Okay. Yes, there are 6 12-volt high power connectors and 6 grounds that go to the GPU that go to a single plane of 6. All 6 wires go to a single plane of 12-volt high power connector, and the other 6 ground go to the other side of ground for the GPU power. But the power supply, if you look at the temperature of the power supply where it's connected into, and the actual rail that's connected into, if the temperature from there is high, which at the beginning they were, that's why they got these new power supplies. So if the power is really hot there, it's going to give you bad power going to the GPU, which correlates to the actual strands of wires that go through. Doesn't matter what gauge, 16 gauge or 18 gauge wires. But if the connectors, the actual connecting points, so the male and female connectors are not really tight to each other, as in using an older power supply that has older cables that you've used from the 30 series, which people have been. That's why they are having issues. That's why these 2 known cases were on older power supplies, not brand new, older ones. Then there could be issues, as in a couple of wires that have don't have those perfect connections, or not perfect, but bad connections. More power is going to go through it because that's how it works. I don't care about these YouTubers talking about the stupid news. Again, there's top overclockers that have literally put in 1,000 watts through a 12-volt high power connector. 0 issues. But yet people are having issues on a 3060, okay? A 3060. Isn't that wild? 1,000 watts, people are having no issues, but a 3060, oh my God, it's melted? User error. Yeah, I mean, you could technically switch over the actual wire. You could literally make your own cabling for the wire and do it yourself. Maybe some company, a custom company, will make wires like that, where it's a single wire that goes to 6 pins, 6 12-volt high power and 6 ground pins to make the 12-volt high power connector for the GPU to the power supply to the actual GPU. Again, what you'd have to worry about is the little connectors, the male and female connectors. The male connectors on the GPU, the female connectors on the actual pins, the actual lead, it's a lead that goes to the GPU, are properly fitting. If those are bad, there could still be melting. It's not the actual high power cables. It's not the cables. It's the actual connection points. Power supply to the GPU. Power supply bad. GPU is going to be bad. The connections are bad on the power supply. The connections on the GPU are going to be bad. You put them both together, you got frying wires or bad, a melted power connector. No good. Yeah. They used to make clear jackets for the cable so you could see the copper was intact or floated or anything. Yep. Used to. Again, top overclocker in Canada have worked with people that put thousands of watts. Okay, hold on. A 980 Ti. I know a guy that with a 980 Ti put 1,000 watts in a 980 Ti through 2 8 pins. 2 8 pins. 2. That should only be good for technically 376-ish, right around 376-ish watts, okay? That's the max that it should be rated for. That's the max rating for it. Way below a 12-volt power connector, 2 8 pins, 376 watts max. They put 1,000 watts through it, did not melt anything. Yeah, people are having issues with a 12-volt high power connector on a 3060, man. Yeah, the MSI is going to be better. 1,000 watts? I mean, there's only been a few known cases of the 12-volt high power connector actually melting, okay? Now, I want to see somebody with a 9070 XT it's the Sapphire Nitro model that actually has a 12-volt high power connector, okay? I want to see one of them have a melting cable. I want to see one of them have a melting cable. Just because I would love to see it. To see if just people are just having these issues on the video cards. Because guess what? 9070 XT Sapphire Nitro has 12-volt high power connector, has more wattage than the 3060. Okay? Just want to say. And it's B plus, but it's good power supply. Yeah. That's entry level. That's entry level. That's MSI's cheap power supplies. God. So done with these people and their 12-volt high power connector issue. It's like, oh man, I had to literally stop watching the Gamers Nexus video. I was one of his latest ones because he kept bringing up Intel and how bad Intel is and how Intel's oxidation and all that. I'm just like, man, somebody get rid of this guy. Intel, please do something about this guy. He's literally just keep bringing it up, but he doesn't say anything bad about AMD. Want to know why? Because he keeps getting sponsored by AMD, and there's ways to make sure that you cannot be found out that you've been sponsored by a company. There's 4 different ways you can make sure that even though you're sponsored by a company, you don't have to say that you're sponsored by a company. There's 4 different ways that people can say that they're not sponsored by a company. 4 different ways. And people don't know this. People go, oh no, because I can't find any information about it. He doesn't say in his video that he's sponsored by it. There's so many different ways that he could be paid by AMD, and he doesn't have to say he was sponsored by AMD. He can be paid a different way. He can just be paid a different way. I had the 754, 85 this morning, pretty good. I hope he loses subscribers. And he's trying so hard to be like Linus Tech Tips, but he digs himself graves from other companies because they don't want to sponsor him. AMD will, though. Just more, something this more, only found out more than that would have been the deal I wanted. That's good. Yeah, bronze. Yeah, they're accurate. And MSI, again, with some of their newer power supplies with full PC coverage of full warranty on PC hardware, that's great. Yep. Can't say nothing wrong with it. Just its efficiency rating's not very good. That's all it means. Welcome back, Joe. Bronze's efficiency rating's way worse than, again, efficiency rating, as in the range in which the efficiency is going to be better at. That's all it means. What people need to realize with bronze, silver, gold, plat. That's what all those mean. That's it. Exactly. The efficiency rating does not have to do anything with the quality of the power supply. Yeah, they're saying it's a high B tier, A tier. Yep. Apparently they use good capacitors and that. The only thing that's wrong that they're saying about it is it's not even wrong. It just uses a smaller 120 mil fan. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. Components are good inside. Not a whole lot of people have had issues with them. They just didn't work. They're still decent. So this build is MSI PMY Corsair cases. And Corsair case, it's a UV fluid build. I would say so. But Corsair case. What Corsair case? Oh. Oh. Black? You said black one? Yeah. So I didn't have enough money for the wood one. I like it. I like it a lot. Nice looking case. I like it a lot. I don't know, that wood one's kind of nice. That black walnut. I mean, the black case I like. I like the black case. It's nice. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. I would have to build in the way. I would have built in the way, but it was $50 more for the white one. What? Usually the white cases now are about the same price. It's crazy. It's $50 more. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. That's a good buy. And if it's retail for that price, let's check. I've seen the prices. Yeah. So you got it for a good buy, man. Yeah, for a damn good buy. The poor kittens. Poor kittens. Yes. What? Don't give me that. No, you're looking fat. I know you're not, but you gonna make it? No? Yeah. Hey, save more, make more. We got the PC Kenny back. We could still cancel? Damn. Yeah. Yeah, they'll make things a lot nicer. Plus the airflow is better in those cases. I don't know what that means. What does VX quotation period quotation mean? Not quotation. Comma. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. Somebody please tell me. We got the PC Kenny here. See the tail. Got the tail. The 2500X by Corsair MATX. Wow. Corsair 2500X MATX. You got the black, the white, and the wood accents. The GPU is only 250 watts, so I think it'll be great fit. I think so too. And he has some good recommendations for cases. I don't do cases. I don't care about cases. I care about performance. Performance. Guess what? Cases don't not give you performance. They give you thermals. I'm not worried about thermals. Oh, there's a lot. Not a lot to know. There's a lot of cases. There's just a lot of them. I mean, show. Let me go. Give me that. Let me clean it. Thank you. There is a lot a lot of cases to know about. Once you know about airflow and how that works, it's pretty simple, but not very simple at the same time. Thermals, I'm not worried about thermals. I don't have issues with thermal throttling. Ever. 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 Wow. Enough. What is it? All right. Yeah, and I know how to modify cards and yeah, know about proper airflow in PC cases. Yeah, that's why my PC case was $65 like 8 years ago, and still use that PC case. Still no thermal issues. Not with a 13900K 3070 Ti. Yeah, good to have knowledge. I mean, once you know about airflow and all that, and that bigger PC cases are better for not just airflow, but volume of air. Volume of air is better for cooling, for the interior cooling. You don't have proper airflow, though, and positive pressure. There's multiple things that go involved with that. That's why positive pressure is better. More intake is better than more exhaust. Less dust. Yep. I literally have 3 fans in my PC case for the custom water loop. That's it. That's all I need. 3 fans. That's it. That's actually a decent looking case too. Good airflow too. Decent airflow in it. Yeah. Decent airflow. Yep. Again, I like my fans on the actual radiator pulling air in. That's the only fans on it. Positive pressure. More than enough airflow what I need. Oh, the RTX 2060 KO? Nice. The KO. I mean, it's only a 6 gigabyte card, unfortunately. But it still works. Yep. UBGA. I had the 2060 Super. Decent card. Should have never sold it, to be honest. But I did. Yeah. And the 2060 Super has 8 gigabytes of VRAM. No, I think that'd be all right. Especially in that case. In that case, I think you want to make it look a little bit more appealing. So less is more for that kind of case. If that kind of makes sense. Yep, 3900X still a good CPU. Can't say it's a bad CPU. Still a good CPU. It is, yeah, kind of old school now, but still a good CPU, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Allowed to peel onto the GPU and motherboard. Nice. So you could just use the same motherboard. And 5900X performed quite a bit better than 3900X. Quite a bit. The 3080? Good combo then. Good combo. Probably handles any game at 1080p. Most games at 1440. Most. Most. I'm not saying all. Yeah. Plus you said the intake fans add a little bit more CFM. You do want that little bit of positive pressure. Like there's like a combo thing or a full PC build or equal's all right. As long as it is around equal. If it's not equal, technically you will get more dust in or dust build up. Probably should be ending the stream here soon, though. Definitely need a good screen where you're gonna take. Yeah. Yeah, actually, on my Amazon, you can get some pretty good washable screen. You can either get the nylon or even the stainless steel ones that, yeah, well, you talked about the magnetic ones. Actually, they're good. It's pretty good, and they're washable, which is nice. Yeah, hopefully you can find a good price for the RAM kit. Hopefully. Yep, perfect size and better overall. Yeah, a lot cheaper. Yep, a lot cheaper. Almost half the price. Welcome back. You got a towel? Got a towel? No, I didn't ask anything. Oh yeah, the MSI the at Micro Center there, the return. You said could not get an RTX 3080 on its own. Was it a combo deal for the 5900X and 3080s? Yeah, I'm probably gonna be ending it here soon. I've been up really early. And sorry, almost 11. Okay, that's what I said was a complete computer. Nice. Hopefully you got it for a good buy then. Hopefully. $2K at a time. Not bad done, actually. Not bad. Yeah, TSA, it's probably over 3,000. So you got a pretty good deal then. Yeah. Can't complain about that. Cannot complain about that. Yeah, MSI is odd the way they do stuff. Very odd. I don't like MSI for the BIOS. Terrible. I mean, for stupid people that don't know anything about computer stuff, sure, I guess. I mean, I don't like MSI BIOS. Anything simple but complicated at the same time. Yep. I know, man. I know. I had a 33 card. I hear you. Yep. Because they're dumb. I'm sorry. Asus is great. The BIOS layout's good. They have good motherboards, good GPUs. Just people complain about them. People complain too much nowadays. Don't realize what they're getting. Yep. Easier to use, ease of use, and for overclockers like me, way easier to use. Well, more involved. There's more involved. For me, technically, easier is being able to get every information and be able to overclock every little portion that I can. Asus is good. Gigabyte's good. MSI is just stupid BIOS. They have good products, but for the motherboard, stupid BIOS. ASRock, not bad. The MSI is just terrible. Such a terrible design. Exactly. Bad pricing. Yeah, they can't all be great. But I mean, for some people, like I said, the MSI BIOS are fine. Yeah, like that. For some people, they're not bad. Jump, Joe, jump. You can't do a whole lot. Can't do everything. But I want to overclock every single time that I can on memory. I want to overclock. I want to be able to change every single timing, secondary, primary, secondary, and third timings. I want to be able to adjust every single voltage. I want to be able to do everything. MSI, yeah, they make things easy for people that are stupid, don't know anything about motherboards and that. Just want to go click, done, get a little bit more performance. But I want all the performance. MSI is not the way to go. That's why you don't see any records on MSI motherboards anymore. Because they completely changed the way they used to be. And you have not seen any records done on MSI motherboards for a long time because of the way they change stuff. I got the ASRock slightly better specs for the money. Yep, it probably has better specs. Depends. I mean, there's not. I like ASRock BIOS, they're not bad. Yeah, no stupid nonsense. Exactly. Yeah, MSI is good for like, Mac users. Yeah. Not all the voltages, but yeah, you can still optimize voltage. The main ones. But for getting the last little bit of tweaking done on RAM and some CPU voltages, no. But for you, yes. Yeah, that's why I like the complicated BIOSes, the ones that allow you to do everything. Yep. Again, whenever you get it hooked up, let me know when you're in the BIOS, or after you have everything set up. Get hardware monitor set up too. Or even hardware info don't matter, but hardware monitor is just easy to show people. Same voltages, same everything. Still use the same probes as any other monitoring software. All right. Yeah, let me know when you're all set up, got everything set up, and we can go through, make sure the voltages look correct. Again, all motherboards give more voltage than what is required. Does not matter what brand. Asus was the worst one, but yeah. But I'm making the trek to Microsoft tomorrow. Oh, oof. Yeah, he says an hour and a half without traffic, but there's always traffic. Sometimes it could take him 3 hours to get home. I got you, Joe. I got you. I got you, Joe. I got you. I got you, man. You don't even have to type it out. I got you. No. There's always traffic. There's always traffic, he says. It takes him, like I said, up to 3 hours to get back home. Maybe on the way there, it might be an hour and a half, maybe hour and a half if there's no traffic. Good luck having no traffic. So generally probably 2 hours. Bro, I would time it so you're not in traffic. Yeah. I mean, good luck. Good luck trying to make sure you're not hitting traffic. All of a sudden, there could be traffic. Three-hour drive? Yeah, it's a long drive. Decent drive. Yeah, some things are unavoidable, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Yeah, yeah, they would have to be open around that time. But then there would be more traffic probably because it's open at that time. All right, I should be ending the stream here, guys. I should be. I need to get some sleep. At the moment. For now, 40K of people a month. That's wild. I will, Born, for sure. Yes, I'm gonna be ending the stream. So again, thank you to all my viewers. That's you guys. My viewers, subscribers, and donators. If you're not subscribed, you should definitely think about it. We do PC hardware leaks, go over different kind of PC hardware news and all that as well, and overclocking. So, again, thank you guys. Yeah, well, that's a lot of people, man. Yes. Hopefully you guys have a good night too, or depending on where you guys are, of course, good morning. Make sure you guys get a good sleep as well. I'll be back on tomorrow, all right? Go over some more stuff, hopefully. We'll see if I'm on tomorrow. I gotta finish up a couple of videos here. I gotta get some videos done. All right. Again, thank you guys. Thank you. Yep. And as you guys know, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.